Chapter 1399. The woman was startled, and her expression became gloomy, but she soon returned to normal. She revealed a weak smile and bowed at Wang Lin. "This little girl has learned her lesson. Can Senior tell me your name?" The woman had asked for Wang Lin's name twice, which attracted Wang Lin's attention. Although he hadn't heard of spells that used names, the spells of the Sovereign Council were extremely mysterious and unpredictable in the ancient star system. When he thought about how the All-Seer had calculated where he was hiding as if he had seen it himself, Wang Lin couldn't help but think of a person he had a deep impression of, the All-Seer. In truth, it could be said that Tian Yunzi was the person Wang Lin couldn't see through the most and dreaded the most. Even compared to Taoist water, Wang Lin didn't dread Tian Yunzi as much as Taoist water. At this moment, Wang Lin's expression was calm, but he was extremely vigilant in his heart. He looked at the woman and slowly said, "Su Mu." His name was not a secret if he wanted to, but it was different for Wang Lin to know it and for him to say it himself. The woman's eyes lit up and she muttered "Su Mu" 3 times in her heart. Then she frowned an undetectable amount. "If this person doesn't personally say his real name, I can't use the name puppet spell on him." Wang Lin turned around and didn't look at the woman or Master Simo. He quickly flew into the depths of the passage. The messenger quickly followed, and the two of them gradually went further and further away. While moving forward, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had been probing the River Creek clan and the Soul Serpent clan. Wang Lin knew too little about the mysterious Great Emperor in the Fallen Land. The Great Emperor's sudden gift made Wang Lin have a lot of speculations. If he wanted to know what the other party was planning, he had to test them. The Armor Dragon clan was like this several months ago, and the River Creek clan and the Soul Serpent clan were the same. In this constant probing, Wang Lin had to know where his opponent's bottom line was. Wang Lin pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up, and he suddenly said to the messenger behind him, "Abolishing 2 fallen elders, making me appoint a clan leader, and even canceling the selection of elders for 2 clans is above his bottom line. It looks like this fallen assembly has nothing to do with the mysterious Great Emperor. The leader of the Dark Scorpion tribe is not bad. I intend to make him a fallen elder." The envoy was startled and hesitated for a moment. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he casually glanced at the envoy. He could vaguely sense that the envoy was communicating with someone using a special method. After a while, the Great Emperor's envoy no longer hesitated. He nodded and said, "Since the young emperor has personally appointed him, it won't be a problem." A faint smile appeared on Wang Lin's face as he turned around and continued to walk forward. However, his smile gradually disappeared after he turned around. That's right. The mysterious Great Emperor didn't care about the fallen assembly at all. Who the hell is he? Wang Lin silently pondered the entire way. The two of them turned into rays of light and quickly moved through the passage. Shortly after, they passed through the passage and entered the Great Emperor planet. Seeing the Great Emperor planet at such a close distance, Wang Lin suppressed the shock in his heart and carefully looked at it. There was a powerful sense of majesty inside the Great Emperor planet that slowly spread out. Under the guidance of the messenger, Wang Lin stepped into the Great Emperor planet. There is no atmosphere. The moment he entered the Great Emperor planet, Wang Lin's heart trembled. The strangeness of this planet appeared one by one. This was the first time in his life that Wang Lin hadn't encountered any atmosphere after entering a planet. There were no mountains on the entire Great Emperor planet. It was all plains, and there were many strange plants growing on it. These plants often had very large leaves that could allow several people to lie on them without feeling crowded. They were densely packed, and at a glance, they seemed endless. They occupied almost the entire Great Emperor planet. Only in the northwest region were the strange plants sparse, revealing the gray ground. There was an open space about 500 kilometers wide, and there were countless restrictions around it. Staring at the faint restrictions, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of something. When the messenger saw Wang Lin's gaze land on the northwest region, he quickly explained, That is the arena for the fallen elder selection tomorrow." After the messenger finished his introduction, he clasped his hands and said, "Young Emperor, this subordinate was ordered to bring you here. Now I have to go back and guide the other cultivators here. If the young Emperor has no other orders, then this subordinate will take his leave." Wang Lin didn't plan on keeping this person by his side, so he clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks." With his personality, if others were polite to him, he would naturally be polite to them. The messenger had been very respectful to him both times, so Wang Lin naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. "Young Empress, please familiarize yourself with the great Emperor planet. Tomorrow morning, there will be a fallen elder selection. Someone will inform young Empress to go there." The great Emperor's envoy bowed and left. He turned into a rainbow and disappeared into the distant dusky sky. After the messenger left, it was as if Wang Lin was the only person left on the great Emperor planet. He stood there and looked at the northwest arena for a long time before withdrawing his gaze and disappearing. When he reappeared, Wang Lin was already outside the arena. In the eyes of mortals, the 1,000-kilometer arena was unbelievably large. Even if a horse ran at full speed, it would take at least a day to get there. However, for cultivators, this kind of arena was just right. Outside the restrictions, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed forward. Suddenly, a majestic restriction force came out of nowhere and gathered in front of Wang Lin's right hand. In just a moment, a tortoise shell appeared in front of Wang Lin's right hand. There were countless vortexes on the edges of the tortoise shell that rapidly changed between illusory and real. When Wang Lin's right hand landed on the tortoise shell, he felt a powerful rebound force. His right hand went numb, and he took 3 steps back before stopping. There was also a trace of an ancient soul within the rebound force. What a powerful restriction! This isn't the annihilation restriction, the life and death restriction, or the time restriction. From the looks of it, it seems to be the legendary ancient soul restriction that has been lost for generations. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When the great Emperor's messenger was next to him, he had felt that the restriction was a bit strange, so he came to take a look. Now that he saw it, he was shocked. Interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that someone would soon be brought in by the great Emperor's messenger. Time was of the essence, so he couldn't waste any time. He jumped into the air, and thunder flashed in his right eye. His hands formed a seal, and he waved them to the side. The world rumbled, and the thunder mark in his right eye flashed rapidly. It formed a giant thunder tattoo in front of Wang Lin. The moment the thunder tattoo appeared, it attracted endless lightning, causing the gray sky to seem to be shrouded in thunderclouds. The entire land flickered with the appearance of the lightning. Both of his hands pushed the thunder tattoo in the air. Wang Lin's body moved like a meteor as he charged down toward the arena. The thunder tattoo rumbled as it followed Wang Lin and got closer and closer to the arena. Just as the lightning diagram neared the arena, the entire arena lit up with light. This light was gray, and it was as if fog had appeared out of thin air. Under the lightning diagram, a giant tortoiseshell diagram condensed. The size of this tortoiseshell was several times larger than the one Wang Lin had formed with his right hand. There were also vortexes on its edges that rapidly changed between the real and the illusory. Thunder rumbled as Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The thunder tattoo closed in once again, and at this moment, the tortoise shell rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, a giant arc-shaped tortoise shell had appeared in the sky above the arena. Wang Lin's pupil shrank, and he gasped. How was this a tortoise shell? It was clearly a giant tortoise that was thousands of miles long. On the west side of the arena, under the tortoise shell, there was a huge head. Around the tortoise shell, there were even 4 tortoise legs, and on the east side of the tortoise shell, there was also a short tortoise tail. In this short period of time, an incomparably huge tortoise suddenly appeared on the ground. An ancient aura immediately filled the air and spread across the great Emperor planet. The giant tortoise was gray, and its eyes were clear. As Wang Lin approached, it suddenly raised its head and let out a long hiss. The hiss was earth-shattering and distorted, causing the sky to change colors. Endless sound waves roared out. This scene was extremely shocking. The giant tortoise was on the ground, raising its head and letting out a long hiss. It looked ferocious, and the tortoise shell on its body glowed gray. Sharp nails popped out of its 4 tortoise legs, and the nails seemed like they could tear open the sky. On its tail, there were several bumps, from which sharp thorns that glowed with a dark light pierced out. It was obvious that these thorns contained a deadly poison, especially on its head. Half of a horn poked out. A wave of energy surrounded the giant tortoise, giving Wang Lin the illusion that he was looking at the ocean. It was as if the earth had turned into a boundless ocean in an instant. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the thunder tattoo turned into a bolt of lightning that disappeared into his right eye. He had never intended to attack the arena. He had only used the thunder tattoo to activate the restriction on the arena. Now that his goal had been achieved, Wang Lin immediately retreated, and his eyes revealed a strange light. It really is the ancient soul restriction. As Wang Lin retreated, the giant tortoise's head slowly lowered and its body slowly dissipated. A moment later, everything returned to normal. Among the 4 great restrictions, the ancient soul restriction was the most mysterious and had been lost over the years. However, some clues had vaguely pointed to the fact that the ancient soul restriction was related to ferocious beasts. By capturing the souls of ferocious beasts and combining them with various special techniques, it was extremely powerful. He couldn't afford to be hurt, so he continued to write the second chapter. Chapter 1400. As he retreated, Wang Lin's eyes were like torches as he stared at the giant turtle that was slowly disappearing. When the giant turtle completely disappeared, his eyes were filled with ecstasy. I didn't expect there to be an ancient soul restriction on the great emperor planet. Wang Lin took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but be excited. If he could learn all 4 great restrictions and fuse them together, he might be able to comprehend the restriction origin. If he succeeded, Wang Lin would no longer have 5 origins, but 6. 6 origins. If this matter were to spread, it would be enough to shock all cultivators. Even those high and mighty third-step cultivators would be aghast. The more one understood the origin, the more they understood what the 6 essences represented. 5 origins was already very shocking, but if there was one more, it would be enough to shock the heavens. However, at the same time, if he wanted to reach great success with all 6 origins, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Wang Lin's breathing became rough, and he subconsciously licked his lips. I have already obtained the annihilation restriction, life and death restriction, and time restriction. Although I don't have much time to deduce them, if I can learn this ancient soul restriction, my 4 great restrictions will be complete. At that time, Wang Lin's heart pounded. This kind of fortune was simply too unexpected. Wang Lin wasn't prepared at all for it to suddenly descend upon him. His eyes lit up, and after a long time, he finally suppressed this excitement. What kind of person is this great emperor to be able to use the ancient soul restriction to set up a restriction on the arena? Wang Lin was even more wary of this mysterious great emperor. He let me come in ahead of time. Could it be that everything was within his expectations? Could it be that he knew I would be attracted by this restriction? Wang Lin pondered. The more he analyzed, the more his excitement dissipated. This great emperor planet is very strange. There is no astral wind, strange vegetation, and the ancient soul restriction. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he landed on the sparse vegetation in the northwest region. After landing on the ground, Wang Lin immediately crouched down and grabbed a handful of soil with his right hand. After examining it carefully for a while, his expression slowly darkened. At this moment, a ray of light whistled past in the distance. It was the envoys of the martial monarchs and some cultivators following behind Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked up and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the eastern part of the great emperor planet. He was on a giant leaf that was filled with endless vegetation. There, Wang Lin sat cross-legged looking at the gray soil in his hand and frowning. This soil looks ordinary, but I feel like something is wrong. Wang Lin pondered and closed his eyes. He gradually recalled the time when the heaven-defying bead opened. He had half a foot in and turned into chaos. He drifted through the void and eventually became a cultivation planet. This memory left a deep impression on Wang Lin. It was that experience that gave him a vague understanding of many things. He clearly remembered that after he became a cultivation planet, countless years had passed. The volcanoes on the cultivation planet had erupted and spat out materials from the core of the planet. After that, these materials had weathered over time and turned into particles that eventually became soil. Some very primitive vegetation had been born from this soil. As it died and was born again and again, the soil gradually gained vitality and became one with the vitality of the entire planet. The cultivation planets in this star system don't have soil when they are first born. The soil is gradually formed over time. In other words, the lifespan of the soil is uneven, and it is less than the lifespan of the cultivation planet itself. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a strange light as he stared at the soil in his hand. After a long time, Wang Lin softly said, "Flowing time." A sense of time spread out from his body and shrouded the soil in his hand. Time passed, as if he was trying to trace the birth of the soil. However, the birth of the soil was far too long ago. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he couldn't trace the birth of the soil, but he could feel some clues. After a long time, Wang Lin waved his right hand and the soil scattered. Then he moved and appeared under the vegetation. He grabbed a handful of soil and used flowing time once more. A moment later, Wang Lin let go of the soil in his hand and let it fall. His eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. If this soil was naturally formed, it should have been born at different times. However, the soil here was born at the same time, and its lifespan is exactly the same. There are only two explanations for this kind of thing. One is that the volcanoes on this planet erupted at the same time not long after the planet was born, turning it into soil. However, this doesn't make sense. After all, the plants that give life to the soil can appear and die at the same time. If this speculation isn't correct, then there is only one explanation. Everything here was created by someone using a powerful spell a long time ago. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. He was also a powerful cultivator, so he could imagine how powerful the cultivation level needed to create a cultivation planet was. While pondering, Wang Lin shook his head. Even he didn't dare to believe his speculation. He didn't know that if his speculation was known by others, it would cause a great shock, because very few cultivators could analyze so many things from clues like the soil. Even if they had the ability, they wouldn't be able to analyze the planet without knowing the process of its birth to its destruction. So far, Wang Lin was the first person to analyze the origin of a cultivation planet from the soil. If the mysterious Great Emperor knew of this, he would also be shocked. In his view, this was even more shocking than Wang Lin's creation of a planet. Aside from the difference in cultivation levels, there was also the difference in understanding Tao. Tao was a truth, and when someone understood the truth and knew the cause and effect, coupled with a corresponding cultivation level, their power would be unimaginable. After scattering the soil, Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and lay down on the giant leaf. He looked at the gray sky and began to ponder. He was someone who liked to think, and it was because of this that he had been able to survive all the dangers in his life until now. Although Wang Lin's words were arrogant toward the Sovereign Council's Grandmaster Yun Luo and Master Simo, he was very cautious. He didn't know what the Great Emperor Scroll was, but that didn't stop him from borrowing the Great Emperor's power to become a part of his own. This method was very useful in the cruel cultivation world. Only those who knew how to take advantage of the situation would be able to find the result and goal they wanted in this complicated foreign land. In the distance, rays of light continued to flash by. Gradually, more and more people entered the Great Emperor planet. Wang Lin looked at the rays of light disappearing into the distance. His right hand slowly touched the giant leaf below him. Right at this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at his right hand. In that instant just now, he faintly felt that when his right hand was rubbing the leaf, a very weak trace of origin energy in his body had drilled out of his right hand uncontrollably and was absorbed into the leaf. However, when he carefully looked at it, he didn't find anything. It was as if what had just happened was an illusion. Sitting up, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Although he didn't discover anything, he felt a sense of fear in his heart. As he pondered, he flew into the air and looked down. Endless vegetation slowly swayed on the earth. This great emperor planet is filled with strangeness. Wang Lin didn't want to step on those large leaves again. He turned into a ray of light and flew over the great emperor planet. His divine sense was carefully spread out as he carefully observed the planet. The sky gradually darkened, with only the rays of light flashing by in the distance. Wang Lin didn't move fast, and at dusk, he saw a lake surrounded by countless plants. There was also an old man in white. The old man was sitting by the lake with a fishing rod in his hand. There was also a wine jug beside him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This was the first person he had seen aside from the great emperor's messenger and the rays of light. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin didn't leave, but slowly landed behind the old man. The old man didn't pay any attention to him and still sat there, looking at the lake. Wang Lin sat on the side and also didn't speak. The surroundings were completely quiet, with only the sound of wind breaking coming from the northwest. However, it blended in with the silence here, so there was no noise at all. The lake water was very clear. Although one couldn't see the bottom of the lake, one could roughly see that there were no fish in the water. One old and one young. The two of them sat there with a wine jug between them. Time slowly passed. The sky gradually darkened, and a bright moon slowly appeared in the sky. A gentle breeze blew by, causing the vegetation around the lake to rustle, but it didn't break the silence here. There were gentle ripples on the surface of the lake. It was as if the moon had been plucked from the sky and was hidden deep inside the lake. Looking at the surface of the lake, it was difficult to tell where the moon was. The moon was either hanging in the sky or buried in the center of the lake. In this quiet environment, it created a very beautiful scene. In this environment, Wang Lin's tired heart from coming to the ancient star system seemed to relax. After an unknown amount of time, the old man's hoarse voice echoed. Do you drink? After writing the second chapter, continue writing the third chapter. Your monthly votes are the moon in the sky. I really want to grab them and hide them in the lake. Chapter 14:01. Wang Lin picked up the wine jug beside him. He didn't even look at it as he took a big gulp. The moment the wine entered his stomach, it immediately turned into a burning sensation that spread from his throat to his abdomen. It was as if he had swallowed a fire dragon. Drops of sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead, but the moment they appeared, they immediately turned into white gas that floated into the air. The burning sensation didn't dissipate. Instead, it became even stronger. In an instant, it filled his entire body, causing Wang Lin's body to feel like it was burning from the inside out. The burning power seemed like it was going to explode from his body. The burning sensation circulated through his body, and suddenly, the origin energy in Wang Lin's body seemed to be filled with vitality. It quickly circulated, and a moment later, Wang Lin could clearly feel that there was an extra strand of origin energy in his body. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the moment there was an extra strand of origin energy in his body, the burning sensation increased. It burned fiercely within Wang Lin's body, and even his hair started to burn. Waves of heat spread from his pores. It was extremely shocking. The flames became stronger and stronger, and in an instant, the mark of rosefinch appeared in Wang Lin's left eye. A blue flame erupted from his left eye and spread throughout his body, fusing with the burning sensation in his body. A rosefinch suddenly cried out, and a blue rosefinch flew out from Wang Lin's left eye. It circled around his body and revealed an extremely comfortable expression. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the rosefinch returned to Wang Lin's left eye and disappeared. The burning sensation in his body also gradually disappeared. Wang Lin took a deep breath and said, "Good wine." The old man turned to look at Wang Lin with a kind smile on his face. He nodded and looked back at the lake. "Old man, not everyone dares to drink this wine. Even third-step cultivators have to hesitate. You, on the other hand, drink a big gulp. What wine is this?" Wang Lin licked his lips. Just now, he had felt the fire essence in his body grow a little stronger. What made him even more excited was that the flame power contained in that mouthful of wine had brought Rosefinch one step closer to his next awakening. "This isn't wine, it's blood." The old man's expression was very amiable as he smiled. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. At this moment, the calm surface of the lake suddenly rippled violently, and a muffled roar rumbled from the bottom of the lake. The clear lake water turned murky at this moment. Even his divine sense could not extend even half an inch. The old man laughed heartily and pulled the fishing rod out with his right hand. The fishing rod was lifted, and under the moonlight, the silver fishing rope shone with a piercing light. It twisted and was immediately pulled straight, and as the fishing rod was lifted, it began to move. The roar from the bottom of the lake became even more intense, and it was getting closer and closer. In an instant, as the fishing line was completely pulled up, 1,000 feet large head broke through the surface of the lake with a bang and directly rushed out. That head was 1,000 feet in size, and it looked like a dragon. There was a small bulge in the center of the dragon's head, and its color was even darker. It had already turned maroon. This old man wasn't fishing. He was clearly fishing for a dragon. The dragon's head was completely red, and its mouth was wide open with the fishing line inside. In an instant, the dragon's body stretched out from the surface of the lake. It was as if it could cover the sky and moon as it appeared before Wang Lin. This sudden scene caused Wang Lin's expression to change, and shock appeared in his eyes. Before the dragon, Wang Lin was as small as an ant. The red dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar as if it wanted to break free from the fishing line. However, it was unknown what the fishing line was made of, but it was extremely tough. No matter how much the red dragon struggled, it couldn't break free. The old man laughed as he stood up and pulled the fishing rod back again. This time, the dragon's roar became even more intense. All of this happened in a flash, so fast that it was unimaginable. Just at this moment, the crimson dragon seemed to realize that it had no hope of breaking free. It suddenly lowered its head and opened its mouth to devour the old man. Before its huge body even got close, a gust of fishy wind blew against his face. As the dragon's head closed in, an indescribable pressure erupted from the dragon. The strength of this pressure was enough to shake the heavens and earth. When Wang Lin felt this pressure, his face turned pale and his eyes were filled with terror. The dragon was like a giant millstone that could crush all life. Wang Lin subconsciously retreated a few steps. Third step, he clearly felt that this pressure was no weaker than the pressure Taoist water gave him back then. A powerful beast comparable to a third-step cultivator. Wang Lin gasped. He couldn't imagine what was happening. If the old man wasn't fishing but a dragon, it would be fine. However, what he was fishing for was a third-step dragon. The old man laughed as he flew into the air. His right hand held the fishing rod, and his left hand waved at the incoming dragon. Wang Lin clearly saw a flame appear in the old man's left hand. This flame was illusory, like a mist of fire. With a wave of the old man's hand, there was an earth-shattering rumble. The giant dragon immediately let out a miserable shriek, and its head was violently jerked back by an invisible force. It was sent flying. At the instant it retreated, a cloud of fire immediately spread out from the dragon's body. Crackling sounds of burning rang out, and the dragon's screams became even more shrill. Its body trembled, and it was about to retreat back into the bottom of the lake. The old man waved the fishing rod in his right hand, and the line pulled the dragon back. Just as it was about to retreat back to the bottom of the lake, it let out a miserable scream and was pulled back thousands of feet. Damn it! A little fire dragon like you dares to run before the old man. The old man let out a roar, and his body flickered. He landed on top of the roaring dragon and raised his left hand to mercilessly slap the dragon. The moment he raised his left hand, Wang Lin trembled and his pupils shrank in shock. He clearly saw a giant rosefinch appear behind the old man. Its size was far larger than Wang Lin's rosefinch, and it covered the sky. An ancient aura spread out from the giant rosefinch, and an illusory flame surrounded Rosefinch's body. Ethereal fire. The moment Rosefinch appeared, it immediately threw its head back and let out a heaven-shaking roar of Rosefinch. This scene caused Wang Lin to be dumbfounded. The size of Rosefinch, the power of the flames contained within it, and its strength far surpassed that of the old holy Emperor Rosefinch. In fact, the two of them could not be compared at all. It was like the difference between a young sparrow and its ancestor. The old man's left hand suddenly fell. The moment it fell, the giant rosefinch shadow behind him moved and gathered on his left hand. In an instant, it fused with his left hand. When it fell on the dragon's head, the old man's left hand could no longer be seen. What they saw was Rosefinch's sharp beak. In the blink of an eye, the vermilion bird's sharp beak landed on the bulge on the dragon's head with a bang. It directly pierced through the bulge, and a stream of burning blood suddenly sprayed out from within. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and fill the jug with wine. Do you think this old man's body can withstand being tossed around? The old man raised his head and let out a roar that was like thunder that entered Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin did not hesitate to grab the jug of wine. He flew into the air and immediately put the arrow of blood into the jug. However, there was a limit to the jug, so there was still some dragon blood that could not be put in. Wang Lin immediately took out a bottle to collect it. However, the moment the bottle touched the blood, it melted and could not contain it. All of this happened in an instant. Seeing that there was no way to collect the remaining dragon blood and that it was about to fall into the lake, Wang Lin knew that this blood was precious. His eyes widened and he rushed forward without any hesitation. He opened his mouth and inhaled. With this inhalation, all of the remaining dragon blood that was about to fall into the lake was sucked into his mouth. Just like before, he drank 3 large mouthfuls. When the old man saw Wang Lin's actions, he smiled and left the dragon's head. He swung the fishing rod in his right hand and pulled the line back. His right foot stepped down as he left the dragon's head. The dragon was extremely angry, but did not dare to roar. Using the force of the old man's step, it quickly dove into the lake and disappeared without a trace. Good. As expected of a member of my rosefinch family. You know that wasting is shameful. The old man laughed and landed next to Wang Lin. After Wang Lin swallowed the dragon blood, the flames in his body surged. His face was flushed, and he had no time to pay attention to the old man. He sat down and circulated the origin energy in his body to quickly refine it. The old man sat next to Wang Lin and looked at Wang Lin with a satisfied smile. I thought I wouldn't see another junior in the clan. I didn't expect to see another one. Look at his awakening of Rosefinch. He is only 1 step away from reaching the ethereal fire realm. This child is extraordinary. He should be the 6th generation Rosefinch of my clan. Not bad, not bad. The more the old man looked, the happier he became. He even squatted down and pinched Wang Lin's face a few times. Then he put his hand into Wang Lin's robe and carefully patted every part of Wang Lin's body. Yes, he is indeed a member of my rosefinch family. There is no doubt that he was not created by an enemy. However, this child's fleshly body is that of an ancient god. Ha! Interesting, interesting. The old man's eyes shone with excitement. The 4th generation rosefinch is a dissolute man. He can't cultivate the divine ability of the old man. This 6th generation kid looks cold, so he should be able to. The old man was patting Wang Lin's body when he suddenly froze. Even the nascent divinity's yang was destroyed. The old man's face filled with hatred. He let out a long sigh and stopped patting Wang Lin's body. Instead, he sat off to the side. The juniors these days, all of them. AI. The old man still has the willpower to keep his nascent divinities yang intact. I am writing the fourth chapter, but I am stuck. I am stuck at a critical moment. I'm very annoyed. Chapter 1402. The old man muttered to himself as he looked hatefully at Wang Lin and shook his head. His origin soul's yang has been destroyed. Not only will he not be able to cultivate the old man's spell, but even the ethereal fire realm will be much more difficult than those with complete origin yang. What a pity, what a pity. The old man let out a long sigh as he stared at Wang Lin, who was meditating with his eyes closed. However, as he stared, his eyes suddenly widened and he let out a soft cry of surprise. Something's wrong. Inside this little guy's body. This is... The old man's eyes widened as he immediately stood up and took a step toward Wang Lin. His face was filled with excitement, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He raised his right hand and pressed down on the top of Wang Lin's head. This palm didn't harm Wang Lin at all, but a strange power directly entered Wang Lin's body and exploded. The old man withdrew his right hand and stared at the top of Wang Lin's head with wide eyes. Just at this moment, an invisible flame suddenly burst out from the top of Wang Lin's head. The moment the flame appeared, it filled the sky and emitted an indescribably high temperature. At this moment, the invisible flame suddenly shrank and turned into a weak flame. Although this flame was weak, it suddenly gave off a suffocating aura. This was Wang Lin's fire essence. The old man's expression didn't change when he saw the fire essence, as if he already knew about it. After the flame disappeared, another light appeared from the top of Wang Lin's head. This light was earth-shattering and emitted a blinding light. There was also the sound of thunder as a bolt of thunder rushed out from the top of Wang Lin's head. The moment this thunder appeared, it turned into a mark that was surrounded by 9 thin bolts of lightning. It revealed a shocking power. The sky changed colors and the wind and clouds scattered. The aura of the thunder mark's essence was extremely dense. This was Wang Lin's second origin. Incredible. The essence of fire is one thing. After all, Rosefinch has awakened it a few times. But as for the essence of lightning, although I've already seen through it, I can't help but be astonished when I see it with my own eyes. The origin of thunder had already reached the large success stage. He had reached the level where he could enter the void gate. How did he cultivate? Could it be that he really swallowed the primordial thunder dragon? The old man gasped. However, at this time, Wang Lin's head suddenly began to shine brightly. The old man's eyes widened, and an excited expression appeared on his face. This is it. This is what the old man saw just now. Inside this little guy's body, the top of Wang Lin's head began to revolve rapidly, and a black and white light rushed out. The heavens and earth roared, and an illusory long river suddenly appeared in the sky. That river was none other than the yellow springs formed by Wang Lin's samsara. The long river swept across and connected to each other. It was turbid, and an aura of life and death suddenly burst out. This was the third essence formed by Wang Lin's life and death domain. The old man's face was filled with indescribable excitement. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. This kind of joy was something he hadn't felt for tens of thousands of years. His eyes widened, and he let out a laugh. Good, good, good. There really is a third origin. The old man didn't take a closer look before, but this is unexpected. Before he could finish, he was suddenly startled. He saw that there was another flash of light from the top of Wang Lin's head. An illusory Tai Chi symbol flew out from the top of Wang Lin's head. This Tai Chi symbol contained karma. After it appeared, it seemed to tear open the heavens and earth, causing the heavens and earth to become chaotic. There was also a feeling of karma. Luckily, there were no other cultivators around. Otherwise, they would be entangled by the power of karma and fall into a heart demon, unable to free themselves. At that time, all of the karma they had sown would become the karma that would destroy them. They would explode out and be destroyed in body and soul. I can't believe there's more. The old man stood there in a daze, his face filled with astonishment. 4 essences. How does this kid cultivate? He actually has 4 essences. This is too strange. The old man's pupils constricted, and he suddenly stopped talking. This was because the top of Wang Lin's head was glowing again. This time, the glow was very strange. It seemed to exist, but at the same time, it didn't seem to exist. It seemed to exist in a state between real and fake. It rapidly alternated between the real and the illusory, making it impossible for anyone to tell them apart at a glance. The old man stared blankly at the 5 different auras of essences floating above Wang Lin's head. He swallowed hard and couldn't say anything. After the 5 essences returned to Wang Lin's body, he let out a long sigh. No more? That's good, that's good. The old man looked at Wang Lin as if he were looking at a monster. 5 essences. 5 essences. Damn it, this kid is even more of a monster than the 4th generation rosefinch. How could such a monster appear in this world? Although that was what the old man said, the excitement in his eyes was indescribable. The moonlight gradually deepened, and the gentle breeze continued, causing the plants around the lake to rustle. Gradually, the night passed. In the distance, the sun slowly rose, dispelling the darkness of the land, and also taking away the trace of coldness of the night. After a night of meditation, the flame power in Wang Lin's body had grown a lot stronger. However, he was still a bit away from Rosefinch's 4th awakening, and he still couldn't break through. The Fallen Elder's selection had already begun in the morning. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky, and it was almost noon, that the power of the dragon blood Wang Lin had swallowed slowly dissipated. Wang Lin's expression returned to normal, and he opened his eyes. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. This turbid air was black, and when it landed on the ground in front of him, it immediately made cracking sounds. It was as if it was being baked, and cracks spread out. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, he immediately saw the old man in front of him. After a moment of silence, he got up, bowed, and respectfully said, "Junior Wang Lin greets, the 4th generation patriarch." The old man looked at Wang Lin with a strange gaze. He coughed and hid the strange look in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Old man is not the 4th generation rosefinch." Wang Lin was startled. He raised his head to look at the old man, and his heart skipped a beat. You're the 1st generation rosefinch?" The old man laughed and shook his head. "The old man is not the 1st generation rosefinch, but the 2nd generation. It's been a long time, and many things are complicated. The 4th generation rosefinch is also here, and you're the 2nd clansman I've seen after him. You're an emperor?" Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, then asked hesitantly, "Just like you, I'm a young emperor." The old man smiled. When he saw Wang Lin's thoughtful expression, he explained, "The old man and the 4th generation are both young emperors. As for the great fallen emperor, that's what outsiders call him. Among the Rosefinch Holy Clan, there's only one name for him, and that's the 1st generation Rosefinch Patriarch. In other words, he's one of the 4 strongest generals under the command of the ancient celestial venerables." Wang Lin was startled and suddenly raised his head. The old man smiled. "As for the specifics, you'll find out after you complete the trial of my Rosefinch Holy Clan. This trial is a must, and it may be a great fortune for you to break through the transformation between corporeal and ethereal fire. However, this matter is very difficult, so you don't need to feel too much pressure." The old man stood up and looked toward the northwest. After pondering a bit, he said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "That Master Simo challenged you. Why didn't you agree? Could it be that my Rosefinch Holy Clan is afraid of him? After the trial, go all out and fight. With the old man here, no one here will be able to cause any trouble. The selection of the Fallen Council's elders is just child's play. We've invited a lot of 3rd step cultivators to let them know that a new young emperor has appeared in the Fallen Land. You're a member of my Rosefinch Holy Clan. It doesn't matter if you come from the inner realm or not. This can't be changed. You are a member of my Rosefinch family. It doesn't matter where you come from. That can't change. If you leave this place, the old man won't be able to protect you. But in our home, I'll see who dares to hurt you. Remember, The rosefinch clan's way of doing things is to be overbearing, to be protective, to be so overbearing that no one can resist. Only in this way can we have a foothold in this chaos. Only in this way can those who dare to touch you be extremely fearful. Therefore, rather than hiding his head and showing his tail, he might as well show his might. That Master Simo will be your target. So what if he is a third-step cultivator? Use him to show your might. The old man's words were extremely domineering. Wang Lin was silent for a moment before nodding. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Seeing Wang Lin's expression, the old man was very satisfied. His gaze fell on the lake, and, after pondering a bit, he said, "Drink that bottle of Dragon God blood wine during the trial. In addition, you can't cultivate the old man's spells, but since we met, the old man has to teach you something. How about this? The old man will teach you a secret spell of my clan." When the old man said the words secret spell, his expression was very strange. "In any case, you are also a member of my clan, so it doesn't matter if I tell you. My Rosefinch clan never had any secret spells. The so-called secret spells are great spells that the old ancestor stole from the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger clans when he was still able to move. After he took them back, he called them secret spells. Among the 3 clans, the Black Tortoise clan has the greatest strength. I checked your body and found that you somehow became an ancient god. If you use this spell, the power of an ancient god will naturally be even stronger. This spell is not a spell. It is a way to use power. Watch carefully." As the old man spoke, he arrived next to the lake. He raised his right hand and waved at the lake. The moment his palm landed, the lake trembled and a depression appeared. However, the moment the depression formed, the old man's palm landed on the surface of the lake. This was the 4th chapter. During the 4 days in Nanning, he owed 12,000 words for 4 chapters. After returning, he had written 8,000 words in 2 days, so he was still short 4,000 words. In other words, he had to write 10,000 words today to make up for his lack of chapters. Jin was too embarrassed to say that he had written 4 chapters like this, because he had only written 2,000 words today. The lack of monthly votes might have something to do with this, or the fact that the plot was still being laid out. However, Jin still felt very satisfied with this laid out plot. But no matter what, since I said I would write, I will continue. I'll eat and continue writing to write the 5th chapter. Chapter 1403. There was a heaven-shaking rumble, and the lake suddenly trembled violently. Ripples spread out, and a layer of the lake collapsed into countless tiny water droplets. The moment the water droplets appeared, they collided with each other and collapsed once more. This cycle repeated, and in just a moment, that layer of lake water completely dissipated. It turned into mist and floated into the air. The water level on the lake immediately dropped by 10 feet. This scene was very ordinary, and there didn't seem to be anything special about it. If it was executed with a divine ability, it would be extremely easy to vaporize the entire lake, let alone the entire lake. There was no need to mention the old man. Even Wang Lin had dozens of ways to make a strike that looked even more powerful than this. Very ordinary, isn't it? The old man turned to look at Wang Lin and revealed a profound smile. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the surface of the lake. The scene of the old man's palm landing appeared in his mind, and he began to ponder. Seeing Wang Lin like this, the old man became even more happy and didn't disturb him. He wanted to see how good Wang Lin's comprehension was, and if he could see any clues about this spell. When I learned this spell from the ancestor, I couldn't figure out the meaning of this spell on my own. Even a talented 4th-generation little rosefinch couldn't comprehend it. He could only touch the edge and needed the ancestor to explain it to him. Let's see how this 6th-generation little fellow does. However, I think this child's talent can't compare to the 4th-generation little rosefinch. His cultivation level should be due to luck, or it might be related to the disciple the 4th-generation little rosefinch took in. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a terrifying existence to touch the edge of ethereal fire after only 2,000 years of cultivation. Even the ancestor couldn't do this at his age. When the old man thought about this, he suddenly remembered Wang Lin's freakish 5 essences, and his thoughts paused. Perhaps this little fellow can tell. The old man looked somewhat gloomy as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin furrowed his brows. The scene from before kept replaying in his mind. His opponent's palm strike was very ordinary. It only shook the surface of the lake and stirred up some water droplets. Then, the water droplets collided with each other. Finally, after countless collisions, they completely collapsed and turned into water vapor. However, based on the other party's words and appearance, it was clear that this technique contained some extremely powerful principle. While he pondered, Wang Lin walked to the edge of the lake and squatted down. He raised his right hand and gently pressed it against the surface of the lake. He didn't use any divine abilities. He just placed his hand on the surface of the lake like a mortal. The moment his hand touched the surface of the lake, Wang Lin clearly felt a rebounding force. This rebounding force was very weak, almost imperceptible, and this was how things should be. Although the surface of the water was very soft, it could still float leaves. When his palm landed, it naturally encountered a slight obstruction. In the past, this would not have attracted Wang Lin's attention, and he would not have thought about why it was like this. However, the moment this rebounding force appeared, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Ripples echoed on the surface of the lake. The ripples surrounded his palm and spread outwards. Just like Wang Lin's emotions, the ripples were everywhere and his heartstrings were swayed. He was different from others. Wang Lin was an ancient god. Aside from divine abilities, the most powerful aspect of the ancient god clan was the power of their bodies. One punch was enough to collapse a cultivation planet. This kind of heaven-shaking power made ancient gods unimaginably powerful. It was because of this that Wang Lin's grasp of power was very different than those cultivators who simply used spells or relied on spells. When I was reading when I was young, I once saw a book describing how dripping water can penetrate a rock. This water may appear extremely soft, but in reality, it is extremely hard. When a drop of water falls on a rock, it will collapse into countless water droplets and scatter. However, the instant it touches a rock, it will create a rebounding force. Even though this rebounding force is very weak, the repeated years of water droplets falling are sufficient to penetrate a rock. Forget the stone. Even if an ancient god lies there, after a long time, the body that spells can't break will be penetrated by the water droplets. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with understanding as he stood up and looked at the old man. The old man's expression suddenly became serious and revealed a trace of shock. He never thought that Wang Lin would be able to touch the edge of this secret technique by himself. This child's talent can't compare to the 4th-generation rosefinch. It can be said that the difference is like heaven and earth. However, his understanding of heaven and earth is too shocking. He can use his understanding to make up for his talent and reach the level that the 4th-generation rosefinch comprehended in the past. No wonder he can have that abnormal 5 essences. This might not be a coincidence. The old man took a deep breath and looked at Wang Lin with even more admiration. He nodded and was about to explain. In his view, it was already very rare for Wang Lin to reach this step. He was afraid that Wang Lin had reached his limit and couldn't see any deeper. However, before he could speak, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "This is only the 2nd reason." The old man was startled. Water contains the power of tenacity, softness, and strength. After the water accumulates into a lake, the surface of the lake will naturally have a rebounding force. The more power my palm contains, the stronger the rebounding force will be. When my fist hits the surface of the lake, the rebounding force from the surface of the lake is no weaker than my punch. As a result, it is equivalent to 2 forces crossing each other in an instant, creating a terrifying collapsing force. This is why when Senior's palm landed, the countless water droplets collided with each other tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times, causing the layer of lake water to completely disintegrate. This disintegration is a change in state. From a state of water, It directly turns into the state of water vapor that forms clouds. It looked simple, but in reality, it seemed to contain a shocking power. The power to change the state of a living being. The more Wang Lin spoke, the brighter his eyes became and his mind became clear. Various thoughts appeared in his mind, and the scene of the old man hitting the surface of the lake echoed in his mind thousands of times. This should be the case. Senior's palm just now contains this truth. A heaven-splitting punch can collapse a cultivation planet. Although there is a rebounding force, the moment the rebounding force arrives, the cultivation planet can't withstand it and collapses. To destroy a cultivation planet, aside from one's own strength, the rebounding force is also used. However, water is different. The toughness of water is the pinnacle of the heavens and earth. Once it accumulates to a certain extent, it can form a lake or a sea. Its tolerance is shocking. When the same punch is thrown at the sea, the recoil force is enough to cause a person to collapse. Old Rosefinch's eyes widened as he stared at Wang Lin. The fear of Wang Lin's 5 essences gradually appeared in his eyes once more. This kind of comprehension of the heavens and earth is something the old man has never seen in a second person. This kind of comprehension is countless times more powerful than any talent. This child's 5 essences is not a fluke. Old Rosefinch took a deep breath, and his gaze toward Wang Lin became even more strange. At this moment, he still didn't know that if Wang Lin learned the ancient soul restriction, he would have a chance to comprehend the peak of restrictions and reach the ethereal realm. Perhaps he would be able to give birth to his 6th essence, the ethereal essence. Of course, this possibility was very small, but it existed. What Senior wants to teach Junior with this palm strike is how to use the rebound force, so that when I throw out a punch, I can borrow the rebound force to kill my opponent and increase the power of my punch. It can even change the form of matter. Although this isn't a spell, it can only be described as a spell. Senior, is what Junior said correct? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and there was a flash of joy in them. This kind of use of power might not be very useful to others. After all, cultivators didn't fight with their fists and feet, but Wang Lin was an ancient god. To him, this was comparable to any spell. In Wang Lin's ancient god memories, there was no way to use this kind of power. Old Rosefinch's teachings were too important for Wang Lin. Especially when he thought back to his battle with Tua's senator, it was clear that Tua's son far surpassed Wang Lin in this aspect. In the past, when he compared Tua's son, it was like comparing a child to a man in his prime. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he only knew the ancient god's brute force. Old Rosefinch swallowed and squeezed out a gratified expression. He was, after all, an old monster that had lived for a long time, so it wasn't difficult for him to put on an unfathomable expression. He nodded with admiration in his eyes and slowly said, "Not bad. What you said is very simple, and it is exactly what the old man wanted to tell you." Although old Rosefinch's words were like this, he was very cautious and thought, "Damn, I can't let this brat see any flaws. If he finds out that even the old man didn't understand it back then, wouldn't I lose all my face as an elder? If I knew this would happen, I would have taught him the White Tiger Clan or Azure Dragon Clan's secret art. Those things aren't refined by humans. With this little demon's comprehension, he should be studying those things." Old Rosefinch quickly coughed a few times to avoid this topic. His eyes widened, and he scolded, "Okay, you have learned the secret art. Come with me to the trial. After the trial, we'll use Master Simo to establish our might." As he spoke, he waved his sleeves and took Wang Lin with him. They turned into an ethereal fire and flew northwest. Wang Lin carefully looked at the ethereal fire and was secretly shocked. Is this ethereal fire? It doesn't give off any heat, but it gives off the illusion that my soul is about to be burned. With old Rosefinch's cultivation, he took Wang Lin to the arena in the northwest in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the arena, 2 cultivators were fighting for the position of elder. There were tens of thousands of cultivators around the arena, and they were all watching with rapt attention. There were several spots in the air that no cultivators dared to approach. One of them was where Master Simo and Grandmaster Yun Luo of the Sovereign Council were. On the other side, there was a father and daughter pair whose entire bodies were covered in blue light. There was another place where there was only one person. This person was wearing a green robe and looked like an elegant youth. He was lying on a cloud and lazily looked at the two people fighting below. After letting out a yawn, he waved his right hand and seemed to take out a peach. He then took a bite. The last place was a giant lizard. This beast was completely black and looked very ferocious. It floated in the air, and there was an old man wearing beast skin sitting on its back. This old man's face was covered in pockmarks, and there were fist-sized earrings on his ears. Even his lips had 4 red needles pierced through them, as if they were sealed. Just at this instant, the expressions of the people in these areas that no one dared to approach changed, and they all looked up. 5 minutes, 15,000 words. At Qidian, many authors had more updates than Earroot. Earroot himself knew that he couldn't compete with word count. Well, I'm fighting for his time. It's a whole day's time, from morning to night, from dawn to midnight. He didn't want to sensationalize the votes. He just wanted to use the 15,000 words he wrote every day to get votes. Chapter 1404. A lot of old fellows have come. Just as everyone raised their heads, the old vermilion bird's voice descended from the sky. There was a hint of mockery in his voice as he floated down. Around him was an illusory flame that spread out. The moment he landed, the flame disappeared without a trace. This revealed Wang Lin's figure behind Old Rosefinch. The moment Wang Lin appeared, several gazes fell on him. The first gaze came from Master Simo. Master Simo's eyes were extremely cold and filled with killing intent. The second gaze was very gentle, with a trace of confusion and reminiscence. It was the woman of the father-daughter pair who was surrounded by blue light. The third gaze came from the beautiful young man eating the peach. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and he revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his gaze fell on the father and daughter. There was a complicated expression in his eyes, but it soon disappeared. Wang Lin clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Junior greets Senior, Dao Master Blue Dream." Dao Master Blue Dream smiled and nodded. He softly said, "I indeed underestimated you before." Wang Lin and Dao Master Blue Dream knew each other beyond Old Rosefinch's expectations. He had a strange expression as he looked at Li Qianmei beside Dao Master Blue Dream. He smiled mischievously and ignored this matter. Instead, he stared at Master Simo. "Little baby, what are you looking at? Could it be that you are dissatisfied with the old man? Do you want to challenge the old man? Come. If you want to fight, then the old man will accompany you." Old Rosefinch didn't have the demeanor of a senior at all. He stared at Master Simo and raised his right hand to hook at Master Simo. Master Simo's expression suddenly changed. He knew that Wang Lin was the #1 young emperor in the Fallen Land. He was very famous and could be said to be the #1 person under the Great Emperor. The Sovereign Council was still studying this old fellow, and he was not someone to be trifled with. Master Simo quickly clasped his hands. The killing intent in his eyes had long disappeared, and he whispered, "Senior's cultivation is heaven-piercing. Junior is not a match. You don't dare to fight the old man, yet you provoked my junior and even spoke such arrogant words. You deserve a beating." The old Rosefinch found Master Simo displeasing to the eye. He let out a cold snort and waved his right hand. No spell appeared with this wave, but Grandmaster Yun Luo's expression changed, and she retreated a few steps without hesitation. Master Simo's pupils shrank, and his hand formed a seal. However, just as his hand formed a seal, a thunderous rumble echoed. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Master Simo quickly retreated. His hands trembled and his face turned pale. An illusory flame appeared around his body, and he retreated 30 feet. The flame flickered 3 times, and every time it flickered, the burning power inside Master Simo's body increased greatly. After retreating 30 feet, Master Simo's body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with terror. Senior is bullying the weak and attacking me in front of so many fellow cultivators. What is the meaning of this? Anger appeared on Master Simo's face, but the moment this anger appeared, the illusory flame around him increased greatly. It was as if it had absorbed his anger and caused the flame to collapse even more violently. Master Simo coughed out blood once more. At this moment, Grandmaster Yin Luo rushed forward and pressed her jade-like hand on Master Simo's back. She had clearly used some kind of secret spell to make Master Simo's expression improve a bit, but it was still deathly pale. Bullying the weak? Damn it, so you also know how to bully the weak. You forced my boy to fight with your third step cultivation, and you dare to talk to the old man about bullying the weak? The old man is bullying the weak, so what? The old rosefinch had cultivated for many years and was very kind to Wang Lin. He looked like he had a good temper, but when he became famous, he was known for his fiery temper. When he heard Master Simo's words, his eyes widened, and he suddenly took a step forward. He was so fast that the naked eye and divine sense couldn't see him clearly. The old rosefinch arrived before Master Simo and waved his right hand. His hand landed directly on Master Simo's face, and there was a slap. With one slap, Master Simo let out a muffled groan and was knocked back several dozen feet. The left side of his face swelled up and turned purple. Grandmaster Yin Luo's face turned pale, and she also retreated. She said, "Senior, stop. I'm the elder. You little girl, shut up for the old man. If you say any more, I'll slap you as well. Today, this old man is going to play with bullying the weak." Before Grandmaster Yin Luo could finish speaking, the old rosefinch gave her a vicious glare. This one sentence caused Grandmaster Yin Luo to bite her lower lip and stop speaking. Just as Master Simo retreated a few dozen feet, his vision blurred. "Who do you think you are? You dare to call my boy a little bastard? You're the bastard, damn it. Your whole family is a bastard." As the old vermilion bird spoke, he took another step forward. This time, he raised his left hand and waved it again. With a slap, another slap landed. Master Simo let out a muffled groan and coughed out blood. He quickly retreated and was filled with monstrous anger. However, once this anger appeared, it turned into a fire that burned his body. He let out a miserable scream and suppressed his anger. "If my boy is a bastard, then doesn't that mean the old man is also a bastard? Damn it, you dare to scold the old man?" The old rosefinch's eyes widened, and he chased after Master Simo. Junior didn't. Master Simo's mind trembled, and he was about to defend himself, but his words weren't as fast as the old rosefinch. The old rosefinch closed in and slapped Master Simo. With a slap, Master Simo's already purplish-black face swelled up, and he coughed out blood along with a few teeth. His body was thrown far away in a line. "Oof, you dare to scold the old man?" There was a hint of killing intent in the old rosefinch's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted Wang Lin to use Master Simo as an example, he wouldn't have just slapped Master Simo 3 times. He would have taken Master Simo's life. The old rosefinch even dared to fish for a dragon, and his cultivation level was extremely terrifying. Although Master Simo was only at the 3rd step, he had just entered the 3rd step. If it was anyone else, even if they had the old rosefinch's cultivation level, they would still hesitate. After all, Master Simo had the Sovereign Council behind him. However, the old rosefinch didn't even consider these things. He only had one thought, and that was to provoke the rosefinch family. Even if Master Simo's cultivation level was higher than his, the old rosefinch didn't care. The first-generation ancestor would naturally step in. The protectiveness of the rosefinch family had been passed down from generation to generation, and it was engraved into their bones. Wang Lin looked at all of this and smiled. He unknowingly found the shadow of Shimizu and the 5th-generation rosefinch divine emperor in the old rosefinch. Wang Lin's personality was sometimes very simple. He would repay those who were good to him several times over, like Situnan, Shimizu, the old rosefinch divine emperor, and Du Tian. The cultivators fighting for the fallen elder position had already retreated to the side. The tens of thousands of fallen land cultivators were all extremely respectful. Among them were more than 10 messengers of the great emperor, and they all respectfully looked at the sky. As for the people in the sky, they didn't say anything to stop them. After slapping him a few times, the old rosefinch withdrew his gaze and arrived next to Wang Lin. He didn't even look at Master Simo, who was in an extremely sorry state, or the gloomy Grandmaster Yin Luo. The old man is very happy that everyone came to the great emperor planet today. Although there are some old fellows that haven't come yet, that doesn't matter. Today, everyone is here to witness the trial of my fallen land's third young emperor. If he succeeds, he will become a true young emperor. Being his enemy is the same as being the enemy of the old man and the entire fallen land. The old rosefinch clasped his hands at everyone. He pulled Wang Lin and pointed at the youth. Little fellow, you already know down Master Blue Dream, so I won't introduce him. Look at the youth eating the peach. Although he looks young, he is an old monster. Perhaps you have heard of him. He is one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, Dao Master Miaoyin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but his heart trembled. He had heard of Dao Master Miaoyin, but he didn't find any trace of his cultivation. He calmly clasped his hands in greeting. The beautiful youth laughed and nodded at Wang Lin. Also, you should get to know that old fellow with needles in his mouth. This person isn't one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, but his cultivation isn't weak at all. He calls himself Esteemed Supreme Desolation and is famous for his poison attacks. The old vermilion bird pointed at the old man sitting on the lizard. The old man's eyes lit up, and he let out a cold snort. His lips didn't move, but voice came from his body. Old bird, I didn't come here today for the sake of bearing witness, but for the sake of fighting you once more. However, this junior is not bad. I'll give you something to protect yourself. The old man raised his right hand and flicked it. A fingernail on his index finger broke off and flew toward Wang Lin. There was a flash of black light, and the fingernail floated in front of Wang Lin. The old rosefinch's eyes widened when he heard the word old bird, but when he saw the fingernail, he smiled and said, You're quite generous, little poisonous insect. Take it. This thing contains the little poisonous insect's poison. It can be used to injure the enemy. As the old rosefinch spoke, he raised his right hand and pressed down on the arena. He shouted, The fallen elder selection will be delayed. The young emperor trial, begin. His voice was like thunder and rumbled. Banging sounds came from the arena. Then, the roar of a dragon turtle reverberated in the sky. It was the giant turtle that had appeared under Wang Lin's spell. As pieces of turtle shell appeared, it suddenly appeared. The giant turtle was thousands of kilometers long and extremely huge. It looked ferocious and would be unforgettable for the rest of one's life. The moment it appeared, a shockwave spread in all directions. This caused the tens of thousands of cultivators to look at it with reverence. They quickly moved away and surrounded the area. The giant turtle roared. After it appeared, it suddenly raised its head and stared at the old rosefinch. Thank you for saying love at first sight, extreme, Tao, beginning cloud, jellyfish's poem, hope for tomorrow, and the final general. Fellow students supported the renegade immortal and spared no effort to become the Alliance Master. You were one step ahead of Wang Lin and became a third-step Almighty. There are also a few third-step Almighties who joined in the fun. Chapter 1405. Azure Incense Rising. The old vermilion bird waved his hand, and the playful expression on his face disappeared. He was replaced with a serious expression. When he became serious, there was a sense of might that came from him without him being angry, and there was also a sense of domineeringness in his expression. It was as if, wherever he was, his words were the law of the heavens. Amidst the roar, 3 huge incense sticks that were hundreds of meters thick and tens of thousands of meters long appeared on the back of the giant tortoise. The 3 incense sticks were azure in color and pointed to the sky. From afar, The giant tortoise looked like an altar with 3 incense sticks burning on it. The Fallen Land's young emperor trial is extremely simple. The 3 incense sticks represent the illusion realm of heaven, earth, and man. You have to enter one by one and light the 3 incense sticks. The trial is not difficult, but there are 2 things that are difficult. First, it is difficult to light the incense sticks. Second, once the incense sticks are ignited, they will burn into ashes in an instant, even though they are tens of thousands of meters long. What you have to do is to slow down the burning process as much as possible. Make sure your soul comes out of the incense sticks and returns to your body before they are destroyed. Old Rose Finch looked at Wang Lin with an extremely serious expression. Every trial is dangerous, and the same goes for the Fallen Land's young emperor trial. It's fine if you can't light the incense sticks, but once you do, if you can't come out before they are destroyed, your soul will be trapped inside and burned to death. With the old man around, you won't really die, but you will disappoint the old man. Since ancient times, only 2 people have succeeded in this trial. The old man was the first, and there was another person before you. This person was extremely talented. The first incense stick lasted for 5 breaths, the second for 9 breaths, and the third for 14 breaths. Even the old man was no match for him. Do you dare to take the trial? Answer me. Old Rosefinch's eyes were like torches as he stared into Wang Lin's eyes. Why wouldn't I dare? Wang Lin's expression was calm as he spoke slowly. All right, I'm looking forward to your third surprise. Laughing heartily, old Rosefinch waved his right hand, causing a gust of wind to sweep up Wang Lin. Then, Wang Lin turned into a bolt of lightning that shot toward the first incense stick on the back of the giant turtle. Master Simo's eyes were filled with hidden viciousness as he stared at Wang Lin. At this moment, his face was completely purple, and even a spell couldn't remove it in a short period of time. After all, it was the old Rosefinch who had deliberately left it there to humiliate him. Master Simo didn't dare to be as brazen as before, but his killing intent toward Wang Lin had become even stronger. The Sovereign Council has studied the Fallen Land's trial very deeply. With this little bastard's cultivation, he can't succeed. Master Simo let out a cold snort in his heart. Beside him, Grandmaster Yun Luo's expression was gloomy. Her right hand casually formed a seal inside her sleeve as if she was performing some kind of divination. However, her gaze swept past Dao Master Miao Yin in the distance. As for Dao Master Miao Yin, he was lying on the clouds. His eyes narrowed and revealed a strange light. This little fellow must be the Wang Lin that Taoist water mentioned. The Lord of the Sealed Realm isn't dead. That Taoist water shouldn't dare to lie to him, but I still have to be cautious. The reason I acted back then was because the sovereign gave me great benefits. Now, if you want me to act, it will depend on whether the Sovereign Council is willing. Dao Master Blue Dream's expression was calm as he looked at Wang Lin charging toward the giant incense stick and let out a sigh. This child destroyed the Scatter Thunder clan in such a short period of time and has such a deep connection with the Fallen Land. I really underestimated him. As one of the 5 masters of the Ancient Star System, I have the responsibility to protect the Ancient Star System, but this child and you err. Dao Master Blue Dream looked at his daughter and revealed a complicated gaze. I don't care about the Sovereign Council. Even if the Sovereign comes out, I can refuse. However, if Meng personally comes, what should I do? Thinking about his wife, Dao Master Blue Dream felt a stab of pain in his heart. He could never forget how his wife seemed to have died and became a stranger to him. The old man wearing the bee skin closed his eyes and completely ignored it. It was as if nothing in the world was as attractive as the battle with that old bird, Rosefinch. The giant lizard below him spewed out 2 strands of white gas from its nostrils and closed its cold eyes. The tens of thousands of cultivators around the giant tortoise were all focused as they watched Wang Lin approach the first incense stick. There were various thoughts in their minds. This person is really lucky to be chosen by the first young emperor. However, that trial is extremely difficult, so I'm sure he won't succeed. Even the first elder of my fallen council at Fifth Heaven's Blight didn't dare to participate in the trial to obtain the title of young emperor. Even if this person is recognized by the first young emperor and the great emperor, it is wishful thinking for him to succeed. On the great emperor planet, under the gazes of tens of thousands of cultivators, Wang Lin arrived next to the first giant incense stick and landed on the giant tortoiseshell. Standing so close to it, Wang Lin's figure was really insignificant. This giant incense stick was like a mountain and gave off a faint fragrance that could make one's mind feel refreshed. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he raised his right hand and placed it on the giant incense stick. The moment his hand touched the incense stick, he closed his eyes and his body became motionless. Soul followed the incense stick. The first trial, the human realm within the human realm. The sound of flowing water echoed in his ears, and many other sounds gradually became clearer until they suppressed the sound of the water and replaced everything else in Wang Lin's ears. The sky was blue and very beautiful. It was like a piece of silk spread out with white clouds dotting it. However, it didn't seem real at all. Wang Lin was standing on a bridge. The river flowed under the bridge. There were a few boats in the distance, and the faint sound of music could be heard. On both sides of the bridge were noisy streets with many pedestrians. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. After withdrawing his gaze from the sky, Wang Lin felt like he had entered a dream. Everything was illusory, and it didn't feel real at all. Even this bridge was blurry to him, as if it could disappear at any moment. It was as if everything in this world, other than himself, was ethereal. This was a mortal city. The city wasn't big, but there were many people living here. There were many shops and vendors on the streets, and the sound of their wares echoed endlessly. However, all of this was blurry and didn't fit in with him. So this is the first trial. Wang Lin pondered and was about to leave the bridge. However, at this moment, his body trembled, and he turned around to look at the river. There was a large boat slowly moving forward. There was a young man sitting on the boat with a wine glass in his hand. There were several singers dancing before him and a few followers standing behind him. The world is the reverse journey of all things. Time is the traveler of hundreds of generations. And floating like a dream, how much joy is there? And how much joy is there? Amidst the long laughter, this seemingly weak but wild voice came from within. The young man picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Ever since Wang Lin arrived here, besides himself, everything else was blurry. However, the moment he saw the young man's appearance became clear. This clarity was a stark contrast to the blurry surroundings. With one glance, Wang Lin was rooted to the spot. His mind rumbled as if the world was collapsing. He was familiar with the young man's appearance, very familiar. It was almost like yesterday's exhaustion continued into today, and it was not my wish. This chapter is 1,000 times worse, but it will be changed to double. Forgive me, forgive me. The number of subscriptions fluctuated every day. Ever since Ear wrote books, he had asked for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets, but he had never asked for subscriptions. This was because he was the kind of person who only subscribed for books he liked. He was tired of forcing things. Do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. If you like immortals and love rebellions, please continue to subscribe to Comfort Ear. The last happy thing was that in addition to the 4 alliances from yesterday, there were 2 more alliances today. Greedy Crow and Love at First Sight, Ear Bows here. Chapter 1406. That was almost him. The young man who wrote the poem and drank the wine looked exactly the same as Wang Lin. The only difference was the marks of time. Although Wang Lin looked young, he was actually more than 2,000 years old. His body naturally gave off the smell of time. However, this young man who was drinking wine was filled with vitality. No matter how one looked at him, he was only a mortal in his 30s. Wang Lin was startled as he watched the boat get closer. He watched the young man put down the wine cup and wipe the wine from the corner of his mouth. Good. Young Lord's poem is really extraordinary. In my opinion, this poem should only exist in the heavens and is rarely heard in the mortal world. Good, wonderful. There was a follower behind the young man. This follower looked to be around 40 years old. He had a look of admiration on his face as he shook his head. Nonsense. This is clearly a poem left behind by the ancients. Now that you mention it, it's as if I personally wrote it. The young man revealed a smile and picked up a fan from the table in front of him, pointing at the attendant. The attendant chuckled and didn't seem to mind. He raised his head to look around and sighed. Young master, we don't have much silver left. Renting a boat on the river in Sioux City costs a lot. It's already been 4 days. Why don't we hurry to the capital? The young man shook his head. The person beside him refilled his wine cup and took a sip. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped, and his gaze fell on the bridge. Wang Lin stood on the bridge and silently locked gazes with the young man for a moment. The young man's body trembled, and his expression immediately changed. His eyes were filled with surprise as he gently put down the wine cup and stood up. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and said, "Brother, do you have time to come over and drink with me?" Wang Lin's trembling gradually calmed down. His eyes revealed a strange light as he stepped forward. He was like a leaf blown by the wind and gently landed on the boat. The eyes of the 40-year-old follower beside the young man bulged, and he stared at Wang Lin in disbelief. He was not only shocked by Wang Lin's actions, but also because Wang Lin looked almost the same as his young lord. After landing on the boat, Wang Lin didn't speak and directly sat down across from the young man. The young man carefully looked at Wang Lin. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. Wang Lin looked too similar to himself. He hesitated for a bit before sitting down and ordering his follower to prepare another wine set. Not long after, the follower took out a clean wine cup and placed it on the table. He personally filled it up. As he poured the wine, his gaze was still on Wang Lin, and he was secretly amazed. The young man had a smile on his face as he asked curiously, "Brother, you look very similar to me." "I've met many people in the lower reaches, but I've never met someone who looks like you. May I ask what your name is? Could you tell me?" Wang Lin didn't say anything. His eyes were still filled with contemplation as he picked up the wine cup and drank it all by himself. Seeing that Wang Lin didn't reply, the young man didn't mind. He personally picked up the wine jug and poured another cup for Wang Lin. The sound of the flowing water could be heard. Gradually, the boat followed the river and crossed the stone bridge. It slowly rowed into the distance. The song and dance continued on the boat, but the people watching were silent the entire time. Wang Lin drank cup after cup of wine. The contemplation in his eyes turned into chaotic thoughts that stirred up his mind. This made the wine he drank feel tasteless. What exactly is going on? Why did this kind of person appear in the human trial? Not only does this person look like me, but even his soul is... Wang Lin frowned and drank another cup of wine. The young man still had a smile on his face and didn't say anything. However, the follower beside him curled his lips and began to think in his heart. This is Sioux City's osmanthus old wine. It's very expensive. Gradually, night fell. A cold wind blew across the river and swept across the boat. The dancers at the bow had already left, leaving only Wang Lin, the young man, and his follower. The moonlight slowly spread across the land and shined on the river. As the wind blew, the surface of the water sparkled. It was very beautiful. The follower's expression was already impatient. Occasionally, he would look up at the sky. Not long after, he couldn't help but bend down and pull on the young man's clothes. He gave the young man a look. The young man shook his head with a smile and ignored him. The follower bitterly smiled and whispered, "Young master, if we continue to row, we'll have to pay more for the boat. And this wine, we're almost out, drink mine." The contemplation in Wang Lin's eyes gradually disappeared. He waved his right hand and took out a wine jug. This wine jug wasn't dragon blood, but it wasn't ordinary wine either. If a mortal drank it, it could prolong their life and increase their intelligence. Seeing that Wang Lin had somehow taken out a wine jug, the follower's eyes almost popped out of their sockets again. He revealed a look of shock, but he didn't dare to urge his young master anymore. After pouring himself a cup, Wang Lin placed the wine jug on the table. After taking a sip, he looked up at the sky and suddenly said, "This is the state of Zhao, right?" The young man was also shocked by Wang Lin taking out the wine jug. After a long time, he took a deep breath and nodded his head. "Senior is an immortal? You grew up in a mountain village. Your father is Wang Tianxue, the second oldest in the family. He is a carpenter. Your mother is Zhou Su, a member of the Zhou family. She studied in a private school for a few years. She was the one who taught you how to read and write." Wang Lin held the wine jug and whispered to himself. These words were like thunder in the young man's ears. He stood there in a daze. Wang Lin let out a long sigh and put down the wine jug. He looked at the young man with a complicated expression and softly said, "The life you have chosen, just continue on." With that, Wang Lin stood up and looked at the bright moon in the sky. The blur before him disappeared completely, and everything became clear. He took a step towards the river and soared into the sky, gradually disappearing into the distance. On the boat, the servant's body trembled and he collapsed to the side. His eyes were filled with fear as he stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin's disappearing figure. His voice trembled as he said, "Really, really an immortal. Young noble, really an immortal. Young noble, your dream was real." The young man stared at the sky, and after a long time, he let out a long breath. He looked at the wine jug on the table, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Wang Lin floated in the sky and looked at the earth below him. He was very familiar with the appearance of this earth. This place was clearly the same as the state of Zhao and Suzaku. "I entered this human trial with my soul. I originally thought it would be the same as the trial on planet Tianyun, but I didn't expect it to be the trial on my heart." Wang Lin let out a sigh and revealed a complicated expression. "Am I tired of cultivation? Otherwise, why would I create an ethereal soul that walked out of another life?" Wang Lin silently pondered. "Compared to the trial on planet Tianyun, this time I clearly understand my own existence. I know that all of this is an illusion. I know that I entered with my soul, and I also know my purpose here. I want to light the human incense stick." Wang Lin raised his head with an indescribable sense of melancholy. When he saw the world blur, he understood where the human incense stick was and how to light it. If he wanted to, he could light the first incense stick right now. "However, before I light the incense stick, I want to take one more look at them and her." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a trace of loneliness and sorrow. He knew that all of this was fake, that it was all an illusion formed by his soul, but he couldn't help but treat it all as real. He wanted to take one more look at the one that no one could touch, her. "Just one look, and I'll light the human incense stick." Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. On the great Emperor planet, the gazes of the tens of thousands of people gathered on the back of the giant tortoise and the motionless figure that placed his hand on the first incense stick. A gentle breeze blew by, causing the figure's long hair and clothes to flutter. Old Rosefinch's eyes revealed a hint of anxiety as he looked at the figure, and the anxiety in his eyes became even stronger. How can he be so slow? With this child's cultivation level, he should have finished lighting the first incense stick a long time ago. I originally expected him to light it for half an hour at most and come out in one breath. Now, it has been almost 2 hours, which is equivalent to more than half a day inside. Could it be that after thousands of years of cultivation, this child still isn't willing to see through it and has returned to his homeland? Master Simo revealed a faint sneer as he stared at the figure under the incense stick and thought, "This is only the first incense stick, and he is already showing signs of weakness. This little bastard can't pass the trial. Once he doesn't pass, even the first young emperor will lose face before all these cultivators." Grandmaster Yinluo frowned, and her right hand, hidden in her sleeve, formed seals even faster. It was as if she had reached a critical moment in her divination. Just at this moment, old Rosefinch's eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure under the incense stick. Not only him, but most of the cultivators here clearly saw 2 lines of crystal tears slowly flowed down from the figure's eyes. Down Master Blue Dream's gaze fell on the tears, and he muttered to himself, "The soul returns to its homeland. If the soul is sad, it will return to the body." Tears of sorrow flowed down. What a good human trial. Inside the human trial, Wang Lin stood at the foot of the Hangyu Mountain. He looked at the mountain village before him and then turned to leave. Tears flowed down from his eyes. Country of Ho Fun, Luo he sect. In the pill room at the back of the mountain, a young girl in the prime of her youth frowned. She stared at the black smoke emitting from the pill furnace and the frowning middle-aged woman next to it. She said in a low voice, "Master, Warner didn't succeed again." All right. You're always this pitiful. Go to the Medicine Peak and pick some watermoon grass for me. I'll see if I can refine this pill again." The middle-aged woman glared at the young girl. The girl looked very cute as she stuck out her tongue and ran out of the pill room with a smile. Chapter 1407. This girl was wearing a light yellow robe. Her black hair was split into 2 strands and swayed with her lithe body, making her look very cute. She wasn't extremely beautiful, but she was very delicate. Although there was still a hint of childishness in her eyes, one could still see the gentleness under her playfulness. The girl pouted and muttered to herself, "Alchemy is really too difficult. I can't make it, even though I'm already putting in a lot of effort. I wonder how Big Brother is doing now. His talent is better than mine, so he was heavily trained when he entered the sect. I have to work hard and don't let him look down on me." As the girl walked, she stopped and her gaze fell on a stalk of zoysia grass that was emitting soft moonlight. She quickly walked up and gently plucked a few leaves. She didn't notice that behind her, a lonely figure had appeared. Wang Lin stared at the girl in front of him. Although her appearance was different from before, he could still recognize her at a glance. His eyes gradually became gentle. Wang Lin stood there, his heart filled with bitterness. After the girl plucked a few leaves of watermoon grass, she carefully placed them in her bag of holding. Then she got up and was about to leave when she suddenly stopped. She walked forward a few steps, squatted down, and pushed aside the grass. She saw a small animal. The small animal looked like a squirrel, and it was lying there on the verge of death. Its right leg was a bloody mess, as if it had been bitten and broken. The girl let out a soft cry, and her eyes were filled with pity. She quickly took out her bag of holding and took out some herbs. After crushing them, she gently rubbed them on the small animal's wound. However, these herbs weren't enough to keep the small animal alive. Its eyes gradually dimmed, and it had lost too much blood. It was on the verge of death. The girl's eyes were filled with anxiety. She quickly and gently picked up the small animal. She turned around and was about to return to the alchemy room to find her master. However, the moment she turned around, she let out a scream and quickly retreated. Her eyes were filled with fear. When she suddenly turned around, she naturally saw Wang Lin behind her and was startled. "Let me do it." Seeing the girl's frightened expression, Wang Lin's heart trembled. He waved his right hand, and a ray of white light landed on the small beast in the girl's arms. The small beast's wound healed at a visible rate, and even its dim eyes regained some spirit. After recovering, the little beast leaped out of the young girl's embrace and landed on a tree branch at the side. It turned its head to look at the two of them before disappearing into the distance with a few leaps. The young girl took a deep breath and patted her chest. She curiously looked at Wang Lin and said, "Junior Li Muin greets Senior. I wonder which mountain Senior is from. Are you here to find my master?" Wang Lin shook his head and looked at the girl before him. His expression became even more gentle, and he softly said, "I'm not here to find your master. I live here." "Live here?" Li Muin blinked. Wang Lin revealed a smile and waved his sleeve. A gentle wind appeared and wrapped around Li Muin's body. In an instant, the two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were at the top of the mountain, surrounded by clouds. A cave had appeared here at some unknown time. Outside the cave, Li Muin's eyes widened as she watched all of this. It took her a long time to recover, and her gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with surprise. "Senior must be a hidden old monster of my Lu He sect." "No, not an old monster, but a hidden expert." Li Muin forced a smile and retreated a few steps. There was a hint of caution in her eyes. There was no one around, and she had been dragged here by Wang Lin. Naturally, she was very nervous. Although Wang Lin didn't look like a villain, Lim Yuan's heart still pounded. Junior. Junior was ordered by my master to get some herbs. I have been out for a long time. Master must be worried and looking for me. Junior should take her leave. Lim Yuan quickly retreated. Her words implied that her master could come at any moment. Wang Lin revealed a smile. He had never seen Lim Yuan like this before. He nodded. Lim Yuan quickly retreated along the mountain path. Only after she reached the bottom of the mountain did she let out a sigh of relief and look back at the top of the mountain. Senior sister once said that all the old monsters in the cultivation world have strange habits. Some of them like to use cultivation furnaces to cultivate. It scared me to death. This old monster appeared without a sound and dragged me to the top of the mountain. If I hadn't reacted fast enough to bring up my master, I would have been in danger today. However, this old monster looks very young and doesn't seem like a bad person. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. After muttering a few words in a low voice, Lim Yuan quickly left. Wang Lin was at the top of the mountain, and his gaze could penetrate everything. He saw Lim Yuan's expression and even heard her muttering to herself. It wasn't until Lim Yuan was far away that Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. A hint of happiness appeared on his face, but this happiness was accompanied by melancholy. Is this place an illusion formed from the memories in my soul? Or does it really exist? There is no such thing in my memories. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He didn't want to think about it, and silently closed his eyes. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, I'll take one more look and talk to her a bit more. Then I'll leave and light the first incense stick. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. During these 4 days, Lim Yuan didn't appear again. Wang Lin was still at the top of the mountain, waiting and waiting. Just like in his memories, Lim Yuan was in the cloud sky sect, accompanied by the zither music, waiting for his return. During these 4 days of time, Wang Lin didn't cultivate, but silently looked at the sky and waited. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 5th day that a burst of panting came from the bottom of the mountain. It was Lim Yuan walking up from the bottom of the mountain. After reaching the top of the mountain, Lim Yuan wiped the sweat off her forehead. Her eyes were filled with panic and vigilance, but she clenched her teeth and arrived before Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly looked at Lim Yuan and revealed a gentle expression. However, when this gentleness entered Lim Yuan's eyes, she subconsciously took a few steps back and became even more vigilant. Son, Senior, can you save this as well? Lim Yuan bit her lower lip and carefully took out a palm-sized little beast. This little beast was like a cat and was still young. Its furry body trembled in Lim Yuan's hand. Its eyes were only a slit, as if it wanted to open them but didn't have the strength. Wang Lin let out a smile and nodded. He raised his right hand and touched the little beast. There was a flash of white light, and the little beast seemed to be injected with life. Its eyes slowly opened and shined. Lim Yuan's eyes were filled with joy, and she let out a cry of joy. She gently stroked the little beast's fur and looked at Wang Lin. The vigilance in her eyes dissipated a bit, but it was still there. Thank you, Senior. Lim Yuan had a happy expression and bowed to Wang Lin. She quickly retreated and left the mountain. It was clear that she was still very cautious about the word old monster in her heart. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't have come again no matter what. This old monster shouldn't be a bad person. Lim Yuan looked back at the mountain and muttered to herself as she descended the mountain. This was the second time Wang Lin watched Lim Yuan leave. The reluctance in his eyes became even stronger. Right at this moment, the winds and clouds in the sky suddenly churned, and the color of the sky changed. Rumbling thunder rumbled down, reverberating in all directions. In the sky, a huge vortex appeared. This vortex spun rapidly and gave off an indescribable pressure. This pressure was extremely shocking. As it spread out, it filled the entire human trial, but strangely, none of the creatures in the world noticed it at all. It was as if the sky was changing for Wang Lin, as if the vortex was exploding because of Wang Lin. Wang Lin, hurry up and light the mortal alchemy incense. What are you waiting for? The last 4 words turned into a tempest, echoing through the world. What are you waiting for? On the great Emperor planet, old Rosefinch had been waiting for too long and was filled with anxiety. He was worried that Wang Lin's soul would be trapped in his homeland, so he didn't hesitate to break the rules of the trial. He stepped forward and placed his right hand on the first incense stick. He charged into Wang Lin's soul and let out a roar. It's not difficult to ignite the human square incense. I just need to spread the fire in my soul and burn this illusory human square world, turning everything here into a sea of fire in an instant. Then, I can ignite the human square incense. But I'm not willing. Wang Lin raised his head. His eyes were like a burning torch as he looked at the vortex in the sky. Enter this illusory world with your soul and train your heart. Wipe away the last bit of your mortal thoughts and turn it into burning power. Because it is a burning soul, I can merge the flames of this world into my soul and plant an immortal soul fire as a sacrifice for Rosefinch's 4th awakening. But at this price, using my mortal thoughts as a guide, I can't do it. Wang Lin stood up and looked at the sky. This was the place where his soul had entered. Even though the old vermilion bird's cultivation was unfathomable, this was a trial created by a magic treasure created by this generation's vermilion bird with an unfathomable ability. Even now, he wouldn't be able to exist for too long. This place is only an illusion and not real. Back then, the old man also entered this place. You only need to destroy it and leave while maintaining the incense stick to pass. Why are you so stubborn? Old Rosefinch's voice was filled with anxiety. The vortex in the sky suddenly collapsed, and his voice gradually dissipated. The moment his voice dissipated, Wang Lin's words entered the vortex. Wang Lin, have never given up my obsession. Even when I triggered divine retribution, I couldn't let go. Planting an immortal soul fire in my soul isn't just about burning this world. If the heavens are like this, and I have to burn my soul fire, then I will go against the heavens and use my obsession to turn it into a fire. I won't take the immortal soul fire, but I will use my soul to burn the karma of reincarnation. On the great Emperor planet, old Rosefinch withdrew his right hand. He looked at Wang Lin, who had his eyes closed, and let out a sigh. Although Master Simo didn't know anything about the human trial, seeing this, he more or less guessed a few things. He couldn't help but sneer. Senior, it has been a long time. It seems something unexpected happened to the 3rd young emperor during the trial. Before he could finish speaking, the old vermilion bird suddenly turned around. His eyes widened, and his right hand slapped Master Simo's face once more. Master Simo coughed out blood, and his body was knocked back 100,000 feet. Unexpected, my ass. This old man's child uses his obsession to burn his karma. How can a piece of trash like you understand? After slapping Wang Lin, old Rosefinch's anger dissipated a bit. His eyes shined, and he thought, karma, good, this kid has guts to burn his karma fire. The 1st generation ancestor said that when my Rosefinch family reaches the ethereal fire realm, borrowing the immortal soul fire is not the right way. Because it is extremely difficult to burn the karma fire. Only the ancestor managed it under the protection of the celestial sovereign. That's why he didn't allow my family to choose. If this kid succeeds, he will be the number 1 person in the future of my Rosefinch family. He originally didn't plan on asking for monthly votes, but he felt like he had written too well today. He couldn't help but feel happy and sad at the same time. After Wang Lin, a rebellious intent rushed into his head. He wanted monthly votes. I will also burn my karma fire and ask the heavens how many seasons the fire will burn. Thank you for not abandoning me and supporting the Celestial Renegade sect. Brother Yang has spared no effort to become the alliance leader and become a 3rd step cultivator 1 step ahead of Wang Lin. I bow here to express my gratitude. Chapter 1408. Inside the Human Trial. The vortex that only Wang Lin could see collapsed, as if an invisible force had torn it apart. A moment later, the sky returned to normal. Aside from Wang Lin, no one else in the human trial noticed this. It was as if everything didn't exist. Wang Lin stood at the top of the mountain, withdrew his gaze from the sky, and sat down in the lotus position. Ignite the karma of the reincarnation cycle, and use a sliver of obsession to turn into the fire of creation. Instead of burning the world or destroying the world, he would burn his own soul. When his soul was about to be completely burned, he would take that sliver of life and turn it into the fire of creation. This would give him a chance to awaken for the fourth time, break through from the corporeal fire realm, and step into the ethereal fire realm that very few people in the Rosefinch family had ever reached. Ethereal fire was the origin of all flames in the world. Whether it was the flames of jealousy, anger, madness, etc., anything that was related to emotions and could trigger the ethereal fire realm could be considered a spell of someone who had reached the ethereal fire realm. To be able to reach the ethereal fire realm, even if they weren't as strong as third-step cultivators, they were enough to shock third-step cultivators. When fighting against such a cultivator, one couldn't get angry, couldn't be happy, couldn't be impetuous, and most importantly, couldn't have any fluctuation of emotions. Because once there was a fluctuation of emotions, even if it was only a very small fluctuation, it would be enough to become a divine ability of this cultivator to kill the enemy. This was a very terrifying divine ability. One must know that as long as it was a living being, no matter how high their cultivation level was, they would have emotions. No matter how gloomy a person was, no matter how good they were at hiding their emotions, they would still have emotions. Even Dao Master Blue Dream's longing for his wife and his love for his daughter could ignite ethereal fire. Unless one could perfectly lock all emotions or had no emotions at all, one wouldn't be able to ignore an ethereal fire realm cultivator. The terror of an ethereal fire realm cultivator wasn't in individual battles, but in group battles. An ethereal fire cultivator was enough to fight against an army of thousands. All the third-step cultivators in the world knew that it was extremely difficult to break through the void gate when lightning cultivators entered the Tao. This was because lightning was once controlled by the heavenly Tao, so using it to break through the heavenly Tao was extremely difficult. As for the fire essence, it was the same. Fire was one of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Only after reaching ethereal fire could it break away from the 5 elements and not be within them. If it could go one step further and form Tao fire, it would be possible for it to burn open the void gate and become a third-step almighty. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. The difficulty of a virtual fire lay in the tinder and the 4th awakening of Rosefinch. However, he was unwilling to incinerate this world and turn it into an inextinguishable fire seed. So he had to choose an even more difficult path. Life and death were unpredictable on this path. Wang Lin could still choose to give up and leave this place, failing the trial. Old Rosefinch has treated me like this. How can I give up so easily? Wang Lin muttered, and his eyes were filled with determination. Just like how he didn't want to burn this world, Wang Lin valued kindness very much. He also couldn't let old Rosefinch down. Wang Lin let out a deep breath and gradually closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, a blue flame suddenly appeared around his body. This flame didn't spread out, but burned inside his body. Outsiders couldn't see this flame, but the pain of his soul being burned made even Wang Lin's body tremble. He clenched his teeth and endured the pain. He endured his soul being burned and endured his obsession destroying himself. I'll use this obsession to enter the Tao. The divine retribution can't destroy me. Who can stop me? Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and his eyes were filled with anger. The flames surrounded his body and were shocking, but no one outside could see them. Time passed in the human's trial. The number of times Li Muin came to the top of the mountain increased. Every time Wang Lin saw Li Muin, the pain of his soul being burned would become several times more intense. However, his eyes didn't reveal any of it. Instead, they were as gentle as a lake. Li Muin gradually got used to Wang Lin's expression. Sometimes when she went up the mountain, she would talk to Wang Lin out of curiosity. However, Li Muin, who was very meticulous, slowly discovered that every time she came up the mountain, that strange senior seemed to become a little weaker. Even his appearance was slowly aging. She didn't know that the current Wang Lin was enduring an indescribable pain. He wanted to ignite the negative karma by relying on the obsession in his heart. The deeper the obsession, the more intense the fire would be. Every time he saw Li Muin, Wang Lin's obsession would become even stronger. The flames would become even more intense, and the pain would become even more intense. Time passed, and after an unknown amount of time, the flames in Wang Lin's soul had reached a certain level. His eyes were unfocused, and his body was extremely weak. Even his appearance had changed from a young man to a middle-aged man. It was as if 2,000 years of time was quickly stacking on top of Wang Lin's body as his soul burned. Give it up. You won't be able to endure the pain of your soul being burned. Although this old man has never experienced such a feeling, I can deeply feel the old ancestor's fear of that scene from conversation he once had. In the sky, the vortex that had collapsed appeared once again. This time, the old rosefinch had come again out of worry. His words were filled with anxiety and unwillingness. Wang Lin clenched his teeth, and his mind was no longer clear. The intense pain was like a tide that had already drowned him. This kind of pain was much more intense than anything Wang Lin had experienced in his life. Only during the ancient god calamity, when his body was recombined and collapsed countless times, could he compare to this kind of pain. However, these two kinds of pain were still very different. Right now, only your soul is burning, and your obsession hasn't turned into the fire of karma. The degree of pain is only the beginning, but once the fire of karma appears, you will have to experience the 9 cycles of karma. Even the ancestor needs someone to protect him to survive the karma. It's not too late for you to give up now. Once your obsession turns into the fire of karma, your soul will be instantly destroyed. There's no chance of it turning into a negative karma. If the ancestor wasn't protected by the celestial sovereign back then, he wouldn't have succeeded. The old rosefinch's voice was filled with anxiety. That little girl is the obsession in your heart. In this human trial, everything is just an illusion. Why put yourself in this kind of life and death situation for an illusory memory? Wang Lin, why are you so stubborn? The old rosefinch's voice became even more anxious and contained a hint of harshness. Wang Lin didn't speak. At this moment, his mind was in a trance. The pain of being burned turned into memories that filled his soul. First meeting Li Muin, Sea of Devils, Cloud Sky Sect, a beautiful woman's bones. Finally, she became a sleeping corpse inside the heaven-avoiding coffin. All of these things burned in his soul. It has already been a long time. If you continue, you will face a life and death crisis. Forget it, since you can't cut off the mortal world and can't burn this world. Then even if the old man is indifferent to you in the future, I'll help you destroy this world. Just as the old rosefinch finished speaking, a sea of fire appeared from the vortex in the sky. This sea of fire was heaven-shaking and spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire sky and was about to descend. At this moment, Li Muin's figure appeared at the top of the mountain. She was panting and had just climbed up. She couldn't see the fire, but in Wang Lin's blurry eyes, he could clearly see the sea of fire descending from the sky. It was like a giant mouth of fire that was charging at Li Muin. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly became clear. His eyes were filled with monstrous fire, and he suddenly stood up. The moment the fire touched the dazed Li Muin, Wang Lin grabbed Li Muin and used his back to block the sea of fire. Li Muin was startled. Wang Lin turned around while holding her and let out a roar at the sky. "I can do it! You!" The old rosefinch was enraged and immediately stopped the descending fire. "Ancestor, I've been cultivating my entire life for her. Even if she is an illusion, Junior doesn't want to hurt her, and I don't want to destroy her." Wang Lin looked at the sky and tears fell from his eyes. These tears fell on Lim Yuan's face and burned her heart, causing confusion to appear in her eyes. The moment Wang Lin spoke, the fire in his soul erupted once more. This eruption was countless times more intense than before. There was also a black flame that appeared. The moment the black flame appeared, the sky changed colors, and it completely suppressed the blue fire in Wang Lin's soul. Karmic fire. The old rosefinch sucked in a breath of cold air and let out a long sigh. Your obsession has turned into karmic fire. Aside from the first-generation ancestor, no one can stop your karmic fire from burning your body. Forget it. Since that is your choice, forget it. The old rosefinch's voice gradually faded away. The sea of fire in the sky disappeared without a trace, and the vortex collapsed. The black flames instantly filled Wang Lin's body and occupied more and more of the blue fire. In just a moment, nearly 80% of the blue fire had turned black. Intense pain came from his soul, causing Wang Lin's body to tremble. This pain was hundreds of times more intense than before. His soul was being destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body was rapidly dissipating, but his hands were still tightly holding onto Lim Yuan. His eyes were doing their best to hide the pain as he looked gently at Lim Yuan. I'm already very satisfied to have you accompany me these days. Even if you are an illusion, I won't allow anyone to hurt you. Wang Lin said softly as he looked at Lim Yuan. However, his voice was filled with shock that was enough to shock Lim Yuan's mind. Who are you? Lim Yuan looked at Wang Lin in a daze. Chapter 1409. Back then, she had been like a butterfly from thousands of years ago. In Wang Lin's hand, she had transformed into a soul fragment. Wang Lin's hand, which he held tightly onto, was now empty. He could only watch as the soul butterfly slowly faded away, transforming into a gentle breeze that floated away into the sky. Back then, she had been in Wang Lin's arms, a look of reluctance in her eyes, a look of longing and tenderness. Her face had grown old, and she had lived her entire life. In the end, her hair had turned white, and she had become a skeleton. Then, she closed her eyes, which Wang Lin would never be able to forget. Her right hand seemed to want to touch Wang Lin's face one last time. However, in the end, it lost all of its power and fell back down. The tears that had flowed out of the corners of her eyes fell onto the ground, turning into flowers for the next season. It was impossible to say whether or not they would bloom again. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields. Thousands of years couldn't be described as the end of time, but it was enough to make people forget everything. However, it couldn't cause Wang Lin's memories to grow blurry. He still remembered. He still remembered. Now it was as if time had turned back. Wang Lin was holding on to the person he couldn't bear to part with. Back then, because Lim Yuan had become a specter, his hands had been unable to hold on to her. They had been empty. Now, although Lim Yuan was illusory, in Wang Lin's arms, she felt incredibly real. It was as if he were holding onto the entire world. However, he didn't have the strength or the body to hold onto her any longer. His hands burned away by the black flames in his soul. Gradually, they faded away, becoming transparent. Then, they passed through Lim Yuan's body and faded away. His facial features changed rapidly. He went from middle-aged to an old man, covered with wrinkles, until he was completely transparent. It was as if the scene from back then was repeating itself, except that their identities had been switched. The only thing that didn't change was the warmth in Wang Lin's eyes. As his body faded away, the black flames finally dispersed the blue flames, transforming into karmic fire. Wang Lin's entire being vanished from heaven and earth. Only his gaze, which was filled with black flames, moved further and further away from Lim Yuan. Lim Yuan's body slumped to the ground. She stared blankly at the sky, her heart trembling. Just who are you? Lim Yuan struggled and screamed. There was a pain in her heart. She didn't know where this pain came from, but it was getting deeper and deeper. The karmic fire burned and destroyed everything, but could not destroy Wang Lin's Tao heart or all the memories in his heart. The karmic fire is the manifestation of my obsession. I cultivate with this obsession. I will cultivate for her my entire life. Heaven and earth are heartless and want to erase all obsessions, but my obsessions have already turned into the flames of work. Even the heavens can't take them away. If this karmic fire wants to burn my body, if this obsession wants to destroy me, I will not fight back. This fire is my, Wang Lin's, obsession. This karmic fire is the heavenly Tao that I, Wang Lin, cultivate. What is the use of cultivating a heartless Tao? I use my obsession to enter the Tao and my obsession to burn my karmic fire. If I don't go to the heavens, even if it is the 9 cycles of hell and 18 hells, if hell is free, what harm is there in entering the earth? At the instant the karmic flames were about to destroy it, a shocking cry of a vermilion bird suddenly resounded. A rosefinch appeared inside the black flames. This rosefinch's body was huge, and his body was no longer blue, but black. He was like a black phoenix that had been reborn inside the black flames. Rosefinch's cry spread across the world and penetrated the human trial. It came from the first incense stick on the back of the giant tortoise and shook the entire Great Emperor planet. Although Tao Master Miao Yin had waited for a few days, he wasn't impatient at all. He waved his right hand and took out another peach. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, his body trembled, and he looked up at the first incense stick. Rosefinch's cry echoed across the world. Tao Master Blue Dream's eyes suddenly shined brightly. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, along with a trace of shock. This is Rosefinch's voice. This is not an ordinary rosefinch. Rosefinch's voice was indeed not ordinary. His voice was ferocious and contained an unyielding defiance. It was as if it came from hell and not the heavens. Impossible. Before Grandmaster Yin Luo came, she divined that little bastard would face a death calamity that would be difficult to pass. Master Simo's expression changed greatly, and his pupils shrank as he stared at the first incense stick. Beside him, Yin Luo's pretty face was also filled with shock. Her right hand, which was hidden under her sleeve, moved even faster, almost forming afterimages. However, at this moment, her fingers suddenly trembled. The fingerprints on all 5 of her fingers were suddenly torn apart, and blood flowed out. It was as if there was a mysterious power that had interrupted the process of her rebirth. It was as if Wang Lin's current state was beyond the scope of her divination. The old rosefinch revealed an excited expression and began to laugh. As the second-generation rosefinch, he understood rosefinch's voice very well. Just by hearing it, he knew what was happening in the human trial. Good boy, Rosefinch was able to transform under the fire of karma. After passing this hurdle, the 9-cycle karma retribution will begin. This is the most difficult part of the fire of karma. Only the old man sitting on the lizard still had his eyes closed. It was as if none of this could attract his attention. The woman beside, Tao Master Blue Dream, stared at the first incense stick. She bit her lower lip, and complicated tears flowed down from her eyes. Inside the human trial, the black rosefinch rose into the air and spread out his body. His body was surrounded by endless black flames and gave off an unimaginable heat. However, this heat didn't destroy the human trial at all. All of the heat was gathered on Rosefinch's body. Rosefinch's voice became even more intense, and there was a fluctuation that could shock one's mind. The black rosefinch was formed by Wang Lin's soul. Since the fire of karma has appeared, ignite the cycle of karma and help me, Rosefinch, awaken for the 4th time. The black rosefinch let out a roar, and his giant body charged into the sky. When he reached the top, black flames erupted from his body. From afar, the flames looked like a giant torch, and the dancing rosefinch was at the center of the flames. With my obsession, the fire of karma, Wang Lin's voice was heaven-shaking. The moment his voice echoed, the flames around him turned into a sea of fire. This sea of fire spread in all directions with Rosefinch as the center. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled with black flames, but no living being in the human trial below felt it. The sea of fire that covered the sky became denser and denser. A moment later, it looked like a giant wave sweeping across the sky. Light the human trial incense. Wang Lin's roar turned into Rose Finch's voice. At this moment, the sea of fire suddenly shrank and shot toward Wang Lin's Rose Finch. It formed a pillar of fire that shot into the sky. Inside the flames, Wang Lin's soul suddenly condensed above the black Rose Finch. He looked up at the sky and waved his hands. Rumble, 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 rumble. Immediately, loud noises reverberated in the sky. The noises turned into a tearing force that seemed to want to tear the sky apart. At this moment, on the great Emperor planet, black smoke suddenly appeared from the top of the first incense stick on the back of the giant tortoise. It's lit. The first incense stick has been lit. Let's see how long he can last. The surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators were already impatient after waiting for many days. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't dare to leave, they would have already left. However, at this moment, they all went into an uproar when they saw the black smoke. At first, the black smoke was still in the form of a thread, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into thick smoke that filled the sky like a beacon. There was also a high temperature that spread in all directions. Under that high temperature, the incense stick was burning fiercely. The burning was extremely intense, and from afar, the flames were monstrous. The speed at which the incense stick burned was indescribable. In just an instant, more than half of the incense stick had been burned to ashes. Compared to the other two incense sticks, this one was shocking. Just when the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators thought that the first incense stick would burn out in the blink of an eye, the flames on it seemed to suddenly stop. This pause seemed to enter the minds of all the cultivators here, causing their hearts to tremble as well. Master Simo stared at the human trial incense stick without blinking. Beside him, Grandmaster Yin Luo's face was a bit pale, and there was a hint of gloominess in her eyes. Inside the human trial, Wang Lin looked at the sky as he stood on the back of the vermilion bird. His body was covered in endless black flames, and the karma fire raged. He took a deep breath and lowered his head to look at the weak figure sitting paralyzed on the mountain in the distance. He softly muttered, "I'm sorry. My name is Wang Lin." After saying his last words to Lim Yuan, he suddenly looked up. 9 karma retribution come. The 9 revolutions karma tribulation was the fire tribulation of karma. Back then, the first vermilion bird had almost died under this fire tribulation. If not for the protection of the ancient celestial venerable, his soul would have been destroyed. At this moment, as the 6th generation Rose Finch, Wang Lin was going to go through the 9 karma retribution by himself without anyone's protection. In the world, there were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. There were also white and black, up and down. Each color represented a cycle. The 9 karma retributions began with the black flames and ended with the black flames. This was the cycle of reincarnation. If he passed all of them, he would ignite the karma of the reincarnation cycle. This would allow the Rose Finch to undergo his 4th awakening and step into the realm of ethereal fire. The 9 karma retribution descended. The black flames around Wang Lin seemed to be swept by a powerful gust of wind and turned completely blood red. The red light dyed the earth red. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the endless red flames around Wang Lin were pushed back toward Wang Lin from all directions. The first incense stick on the great Emperor planet also began to burn once more. From the moment the incense stick was lit until now, it had been exactly 1 breath. Thank you. Follow fate, 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 follow fate. Chapter 1410. Blood-red flames filled the sky of the human trial and turned into waves that rushed toward Wang Lin from all directions. This sea of flames contained enough power to burn the world. Wang Lin was inside the flames, and standing on the black rosefinch, so he felt the high temperature very clearly. The moment the waves of flames closed in, he felt a burning pain. The fire of the 9 reincarnations of the karmic retribution was red, and it represented the boundless killing retribution that Wang Lin had created for his obsession. This killing retribution swept back and burned his soul. The rosefinch under Wang Lin let out mournful cries as it was burned by the red flames, as if it couldn't bear it. Even Wang Lin's soul was about to collapse, and he was about to be burned alive. Although he had overestimated the power of the 9 reincarnations of the karmic retribution, he didn't expect just the first retribution to be unbearable. Under the red flames, even an instant felt like tens of thousands of years. In the blink of an eye, the black rosefinch couldn't bear it anymore. Its body rapidly shrank, and the black flames on its body turned red at a visible rate. Once it turned red, the rosefinch would become part of the first retribution, causing the retribution's power to increase and devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a roar at the sky, and his eyes were filled with madness. This first retribution was unexpectedly powerful and couldn't be resisted, but it was impossible for Wang Lin to yield. He waved his arms and inhaled. The first reincarnation of the karmic retribution. Let's see if you can completely burn me, Wang Lin, or if I can devour you. Wang Lin had a madness in his bones. The more dangerous it was, the more unyielding he would be. At this moment, as he inhaled, all the red fire rushed into his mouth and was instantly devoured by Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. It was unimaginably fast. The red fire in the sky dissipated, but erupted inside Wang Lin's body. His body was like a person made of blood. The blood light came from his body as if it was going to tear his body apart. This body was formed by Wang Lin's soul, and the red flames were burning inside Wang Lin's soul. On the great Emperor planet, the first incense stick on the back of the giant turtle burned like a torch. Under everyone's gaze, the billowing black smoke turned red. The red smoke filled the sky and illuminated the entire great Emperor planet. The surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators gasped and subconsciously wanted to retreat. Just at this moment, an even stronger red light came from Wang Lin's body under the first incense stick. This red light moved through his body and created a high temperature. At the same time, the burning speed of the first incense stick suddenly paused for some reason. It was as if a force had erupted from within and stopped the burning. Old Rosefinch stared at the first incense stick with worry in his eyes. Inside the human trial, Wang Lin had devoured all the red flames. He felt like millions of bolts of fire were collapsing inside his body, and the intense pain made it seem like his entire body was going to disintegrate. Wang Lin let out a roar and waved his right hand. Rosefinch, whose body was half dyed red, let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin. In an instant, he fused with Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he allowed the flames in his body to burn. He continued to refine them under the intense pain in an attempt to make the red flames fuse with his body. Just at this moment, the sky changed abruptly, and an expanse of orange suddenly appeared. At the instant the orange light flickered, the second cycle of the 9 cycles karmic retribution descended. It didn't give Wang Lin any time to refine it at all. The sky around him was filled with a sea of orange flames that rushed toward Wang Lin. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, behind the sea of orange flames, there was a monstrous yellow light. Another wave of yellow flames appeared around it. What was even more shocking was that behind the yellow flames, there were even streaks of green light that shot into the sky like ghostly flames. They seemed to have formed a barrier, and they transformed into a horrifying green flame that rumbled towards Shenxi. 3 colors of fire appeared at the same time. The 3 retributions appeared at this moment. This was the terrifying part of the 9-cycle retribution. It wasn't like divine retribution, which gave people a chance to survive. Every time the retribution arrived, there would be a short gap. The 9-cycle retribution was a destructive retribution. Once it appeared, it would kill without a doubt. The 3 calamities filled the sky in the human trial. On the great Emperor planet, there was a reaction outside the first incense stick. It was as if orange, yellow, and green smoke had appeared inside the red smoke and was surging. The first retribution hasn't even passed, and the orange, yellow, and green retributions have arrived at the same time. How can he pass this? Old Rosefinch's expression changed greatly. This was the first time he had seen the 9-cycle retribution, and he didn't expect it to be so fierce. The happiest person was Master Simo. He revealed a vicious smile as he stared at the first incense stick and thought, "Although I don't know what happened to that little bastard inside, it looks like he won't be able to escape death. It's a pity for his secret, but it's good that he died." Grandmaster Yin Luo also let out a sigh of relief. The wound on her right finger had healed. She looked at the first incense stick and thought, "It looks like he isn't the person the ancestors' divination mentioned." "Father." Li Chimei bit her lower lip and turned to look at Dao Master Blue Dream. Although there was still confusion in her eyes, it was replaced by pain and pleading. Dao Master Blue Dream let out a sigh and softly said, "I'll help him. You can rest assured. However, I think he should be able to survive this retribution." Inside the human trial, Wang Lin's body was still covered in red light. His eyes were filled with the struggle against fate. 9-cycle retribution, 3 retributions at once. Good. I would like to see how these 3 karmic fire tribulations will destroy my soul. Despite the intense pain, he didn't give up. He laughed as he suppressed the pain in his body. He waved his arms, opened his mouth, and inhaled once more. "I'll let this 4-cycle retribution fire completely absorb my soul. Either you burn me completely, or I, Wang Lin, will devour you." An unspeakable sense of pride, an unspeakable attitude toward life, an unspeakable sense of the heavens, an unspeakable sense of the world, and an unspeakable sense of pursuit, of obsession, fused together to play a song that could defy fate as Wang Lin laughed. As he laughed, his 2,000 years of cultivation flashed before Wang Lin's eyes. His parents' faces appeared in his heart, the bitterness of returning to their homeland, the young man kneeling before the grave, and the tears of longing in the thunder on that rainy night. As the memories appeared, the orange flames surged into Wang Lin's mouth and into his body, intertwining with the red light. If the soul grieves, the longing to return home from 1,000 miles away. If the soul returns, the tears of the heart grieve in front of the grave. After the orange flames, the flickering yellow light of the 3rd-cycle retribution arrived. It entered Wang Lin's body and began to burn madly. Blue skies and yellow springs were far away, and there were thoughts of searching for them in heaven and earth. However, the merciless passage of time and the longing of being separated by heaven and earth had become an eternal wound that would accompany him for life and could not be erased. Green flames that were like ghostly flames descended, dyeing the sky green. They were extremely demonic, and then entered Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the flowing memories stopped. The 4 flames burned madly inside his body, and a destructive force spread out. Wang Lin's refining speed simply couldn't compare. Just as he felt like he was about to be completely burned, Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved it forward. The heavens and earth rumbled as his storage space opened. With a grab, the wine jug filled with dragon blood appeared in Wang Lin's hand. One mouthful of this dragon blood could cause the flames inside Wang Lin's body to increase explosively. Without hesitation, he picked up the wine jug and drank it all. One mouthful was the entire jug, not leaving anything behind. With a wave of his right hand, he threw the wine jug away. The flames inside Wang Lin's body increased explosively. The intense heat from the dragon blood turned into a sea of flames that began a crazy battle with the 4 colors inside his body. During this battle, deep within Wang Lin's soul, a vortex slowly appeared. This vortex contained the aura of the heaven-defying bead, and it was gradually awakening. "I've devoured all of the 4 cycles of fire into my soul, so that there is no fire to burn in this human trial. Why hasn't the 5th cycle of fire arrived yet?" The flames inside his body had reached their limit. As they burned, Wang Lin let out a roar and charged into the sky. The sky was like a barrier that Wang Lin closed in until he reached the end. Thunderous booms shook the heavens. The sky was collapsing. After the sky had collapsed, another piece of land had appeared. This was a land filled with countless souls, like the underworld. Outside the great emperor planet, tens of thousands of cultivators stared at the first incense stick. The fire had completely stopped burning, and it stopped 100 feet above Wang Lin's body. Time slowly passed. One breath, one breath. In the blink of an eye, more than 5 breaths had passed. Back then, the 4th-generation rosefinch could only last 5 breaths under the first incense stick. But now Wang Lin had also delayed it to 5 breaths. 6 breaths. 7 breaths. The eyes of the youth-like, celestial master Miao narrowed and revealed a strange light. Just as the first incense stick lasted for 7 breaths, cries of alarm came from the great emperor planet. This wasn't just one person, but thousands, tens of thousands of people. The number was still increasing, and in an instant, the cries were monstrous. What shocked them wasn't that the first incense stick lasted for 7 breaths, but that the human trial incense stick extinguished. The incense stick extinguished. This sudden scene caused an uproar. Even the old rosefinch's eyes widened and revealed a look of disbelief. This, Master Simo's eyes were dull for a moment, and shock filled his eyes. Grandmaster Yun Luo's expression changed greatly. She ignored the wound on her right hand and formed another seal to calculate. Chapter 14:11. The human incense stick extinguished. This kind of thing has never happened before. Even when I was in the trial, even when the 4th-generation Rosefinch Jr. was in the trial, something like this never happened before. This incense stick actually extinguished. Old Rosefinch was shocked as he looked at the extinguished human incense stick. His eyes were filled with horror. The incense stick has extinguished. Is the trial 7 breaths of time or eternity? What exactly happened in the 3rd young emperor's trial to extinguish the incense stick? This is too shocking. It's simply unimaginable. Just as all the surrounding cultivators were in an uproar, something even more shocking happened. The second incense stick, the incense stick that represented the trial of the human realm, strangely lit up. No one touched it, but the second stick of incense suddenly emitted billowing smoke into the air. Wang Lin broke through the sky of the human trial and appeared on a boundless land. The land where he appeared was filled with countless cracks and a giant pit. This pit led to the human trial. Wang Lin rushed out of the deep pit, and the flames around him spread out in all directions. The land was immediately lit up by the flames. The moment he appeared, there was a bald mountain at the end of the land. There was a person sitting on the mountain. This person looked middle-aged and was wearing a scholar's robe. There was an illusory Rosefinch Jr. seal between his eyebrows. He was originally sitting cross-legged as if he hadn't moved for 10,000 years. But at this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. There was a strange light in his eyes. The aura of a tribe member. The moment Wang Lin appeared in the human trial, the sea of fire in the sky began to flicker violently. Green light rushed out and instantly shrouded the world. At a glance, green fire was burning in the air. After the green fire, there was also a blue fire. Then, the green and blue flames intertwined and surged forward. Green originally came from blue. At this moment, as the two types of flames intertwined, waves of heat surged. After the blue flames, an ink-like purple swept across and covered the sky. It turned into rolling purple flames that were like demonic energy that swept across the sky. The green, blue, and purple tricolored fire retribution rumbled and formed a sea of fire that burned Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was already distorted, and his soul was about to collapse. The flames in his body burned, causing his eyes to become cloudy. In the blink of an eye, the flames in his body penetrated his body and erupted. Red, orange, red, and green flames surged out and tore his body apart. Even the vermilion bird that had fused into his body was burned to death as it let out a miserable shriek. Wang Lin's soul collapsed. At the same time, the green, blue, and purple flames closed in. The 7 colored flames gathered around Wang Lin's collapsed soul. From a distance, it looked like a rainbow burning the sky. The expression of the middle-aged man at the end of the earth changed. He suddenly raised his right hand and waved. The mark between his eyebrows suddenly flashed and flew out at an extremely fast speed toward the 7 colored flame. At the same time, Wang Lin, who was under the incense stick of the great emperor planet, was surrounded by the 7 colored fire. Fine cracks immediately appeared on his body, and traces of blood seeped out. It was a shocking sight. The old vermilion bird didn't hesitate. His body flickered, and he arrived under the 2nd burning incense stick. He ignored the burning incense stick and placed his right hand on it. His powerful divine sense rushed into the incense stick. Tao Master Blue Dream also stepped forward and appeared under the 2nd incense stick. There was a flash of blue light, and his 2 fingers landed on the 2nd incense stick. Inside the Earth realm, inside the 7 colored flames, not even the 1st-generation rosefinch could survive the 9 karmic retribution that required the protection of the celestial sovereign. Wang Lin's soul was burned. Just as his soul was about to dissipate, 3 rescue forces suddenly arrived. However, just as these 3 auras approached, a strange energy suddenly erupted from within the raging 7 colored flame, as though it had been awakened. This force gave off an ancient aura, as if it was the ancestor of all things, and it spread out from the 7 colored flames. As soon as the middle-aged man's vermilion bird seal came into contact with this strange power, it was immediately repelled by a resounding boom and was sent flying back tens of thousands of kilometers. It was as if the strange force that had awakened didn't allow anyone to approach it, or rather, no one was qualified to approach it at all. On the bald mountain at the end of the earth, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly stood up. There was terror and madness in his eyes. What is this? Old Rosefinch's divine sense closed in, but the moment it touched the strange force, it was knocked out of the earth realm. Tao Master Blue Dream's divine sense quickly followed, but when it collided with the strange force, there was a flash of blue light, and it was forced out of the earth realm. On the great emperor planet, outside the 2nd incense stick, old Rosefinch's right hand was lifted by a powerful force. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. What kind of power is that? Tao Master Blue Dream's fingers went numb, and he also retreated a few steps. He was shocked. He knew a lot about Wang Lin, so he immediately recognized that the terrifying force was heaven-defying bead. Tao Master Blue Dream didn't speak. After pondering for a bit, he returned to Li Qianmei's side. He's fine now. Master Simo looked at all of this and was shocked. He naturally knew that Tao Master Blue Dream and Tao Master Blue Dream were trying to save someone, but he didn't expect these 2 third-step cultivators to be knocked away. Grandmaster Yin Luo's expression was extremely gloomy, and her right hand formed seals even faster. She vaguely felt like she was about to find out all the secrets here. There was also Tao Master Miaoyin. He suddenly stood up from the clouds, and his eyes lit up. What Taoist water said was indeed correct. Inside the earth realm, the moment Wang Lin's soul was burned to ashes, the heaven-defying bead finally appeared. Ever since the Lord of the Sealed Realm left, the heaven-defying bead hadn't appeared. No matter how hard Wang Lin searched, he couldn't find it. It was as if it had disappeared. However, at this moment, the heaven-defying bead appeared. The moment it appeared, the surrounding 7 colored flames trembled and began to rotate like crazy. They were all absorbed by the mysterious force from the heaven-defying bead and turned into 7 eternal fire seeds. A bead the size of a baby's fist floated in the air. The 7 inextinguishable fire seeds floated outside the bead. Gradually, an illusory figure appeared in the sky, as if it was being reformed. The 7 inextinguishable flame seeds were located at various parts of the illusory figure's body. He opened his closed eyes, and the seven-colored fire erupted. It turned into a storm of seven-colored fire that roared across the world. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked up at the sky in the storm of seven-colored fire. At this moment, the entire world seemed to lose all color. Aside from the seven-colored flames around Wang Lin, everything became black and white. It was like a painting of mountains and rivers. The black and white gave off an endless sense of desolation. The last two tribulations of the 9 karmic retribution had arrived. White was the sky and black was the earth. They turned into 2 extremely colored flames and condensed toward Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, the 2 flames closed in. It was as if the heavens and earth were squeezing together to destroy Wang Lin and the storm of 7 colored flames. It was too fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. The white flames burned the 7-colored storm, and the 7-colored storm stopped rotating. As the white flames fused, 1 more color was added to the 7-colored storm. Surrounded by the 8-colored flames, Wang Lin's expression was still calm as he watched the black flames close in. The 9 karmic retribution started with the black flames and ended with the black flames, forming a reincarnation cycle. The moment the black flames closed in, Wang Lin's eyes slowly closed. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the black flames rushed in. This caused the 8-colored flames to turn into the 9 colors of the world. The 9-colored karmic retribution formed a heaven-shaking storm that roared in the world. Wang Lin was at the center of the storm, and his hair moved without any wind. Aside from the 7-colored immortal fire, the black and white flames quickly gathered. The white flame was in his dantian, and the black flame was between his eyebrows. The moment the 2 flames formed, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. The world rumbled. Ignite my reincarnation karmic retribution fire. Wang Lin's voice echoed, and the 9-colored flames gathered between his eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, they fused together. They turned into a 9-colored fire lotus. The fire lotus had 9 petals and 9 different colors. The moment it appeared, a 9-colored rose finch rushed out from the fire lotus. The 9-colored rose finch looked like it had been reborn from the fire lotus. It danced in the sky and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Rose finch's roar, the 4th awakening roar. The awakening roar echoed on the great emperor planet. The incense stick only burned halfway before it suddenly stopped. It gave off a 9-colored light that shined on the great emperor planet. Old Rose Finch was startled for a moment before he laughed at the sky and revealed a look of excitement. He actually passed the 9 karmic retribution and ignited the reincarnation karmic retribution, allowing Rose Finch to awaken for the 4th time. The 4th awakening requires a lot of fire. Whether he can awaken completely and step into ethereal fire will depend on this. As his senior, even if I have to cheat, I have to help him. Old Rose Finch laughed, and his body flickered. Everyone was startled, and he disappeared. In just a moment, a dragon's roar came from the great emperor planet. This roar was filled with anger and grievance. In the distance, old Rose Finch carried a fire dragon over. The surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded as old Rose Finch carried the struggling fire dragon to the incense stick. He waved his right hand and cut open the wound on the fire dragon's head. Blood poured out like a waterfall and dyed the incense stick red. Amidst the intense pain, the fire dragon's eyes were filled with tears. It was filled with grievance and unwillingness, and it struggled even more violently. With a bang, old Rose Finch's hand landed on the fire dragon. A powerful fire force rushed into the fire dragon's body, causing it to cough out even more blood. Damn it, you little dragon, don't move. If that brat awakens successfully, I'll let you go free. After the fire dragon heard this, there was a hint of hesitation in its eyes, but it soon bit its head and squeezed out blood. Tomorrow, Sun Explosion. Prepare the monthly tickets. When the time comes, use them as spells, blades, and spears. Perhaps everyone will get top-quality items. Thank you, Clear Love, for supporting the Celestial Renegade and helping me become the Alliance head. I'm one step ahead of Wang Lin to become a third-step cultivator. Chapter 14:12. A 100,000-foot flame dragon naturally had a lot of blood in its body, but what old Rosefinch needed the most was the flame dragon blood in the bulge on its head. This blood contained all of the flame dragon's fire essence, so it was much more precious than any other part of the flame dragon's body. As a result, there was very little of it. When old Rosefinch slapped it, almost all of the flame dragon blood was squeezed out and landed on the burning incense stick. The moment the blood landed on the incense stick, it immediately disappeared. Inside the Earth realm, the 9-colored fire lotus floated in the sky. Wang Lin was sitting on top of the fire lotus. Behind him, the giant 9-colored rose finch let out a roar. This roar contained a hint of struggle, as if it wanted to be reborn. Endless light flashed across the sky and spread in all directions, covering the entire Earth realm. There was also a sea of fire burning in all directions. Wang Lin's eyes were like torches. His hands formed a seal, and a flame appeared in his left eye. The 9-colored flame rotated faster and faster inside Wang Lin's left eye. In just a moment, it had turned into a 9-colored flame vortex. 9 colors returned to one, Rosefinch's fourth awakening. Wang Lin's heart was clear. He had experienced Rosefinch's third awakening, and each awakening caused the power of his fire to increase countless fold. However, the previous 3 awakenings couldn't compare to this one. This fourth Rosefinch awakening was very important to the Rosefinch family. It was the key to turning a corporeal flame into an ethereal flame. Since ancient times, there had been far too few people who could make a Rosefinch awaken a 4th time. No more than 5 people. The first-generation Rosefinch, the second-generation Rosefinch, the third-generation Rosefinch, and the 4 great Rosefinch. Aside from the 4 of them, there was only Wang Lin. Even though the third-step ancestor of the Fire Sparrow clan also had a trace of ethereal flame, he wasn't a Rosefinch awakening. He wasn't Rosefinch to begin with, so there was no such thing as an awakening. Even if this person gave birth to an ethereal flame, compared to the orthodox Rosefinch, it was just a crooked path. The 4th awakening had taken countless years, and the difficulty was indescribable. The ethereal flame spell was enough to make the world tremble, and it was enough to make all cultivators dread it. However, the amount of fire energy required for the Vermilion Bird's 4th awakening had already reached an inconceivable level. Only by possessing a sufficient amount of worldly flames would there be a chance of a successful awakening. As Wang Lin sat in the lotus position, the 9-colored fire lotus released endless 9-colored fire. This fire entered his body and appeared in his left eye, causing the 9-colored fire to rotate even faster. At the same time, the 9-colored Rosefinch behind him let out an even more intense roar. This roar was enough to split the heavens and earth, causing the entire world to tremble. Not enough. The fire is still not enough. Wang Lin suddenly looked up, and his body began to burn. The 9-colored fire vortex appeared in his left eye and formed a 9-colored firestorm around his body. This storm seemed to want to destroy the world. The 4th awakening of Wang Lin's Rosefinch relied on his obsession to ignite the karma of the reincarnation cycle. As a result, he needed even more fire. Just at this moment, there was a flash of dark red blood light in the sky. As the world rumbled, a small amount of blood rain fell. The blood rain fell from the sky, and each drop contained the essence of the fire dragon. They gave off a destructive heat, and their descent gave Wang Lin a new fire. The moment the blood rain fell, it gathered around Wang Lin before it even touched the ground. It formed a small ball of blood around Wang Lin. This ball of blood burned and was absorbed by the 9-colored Rosefinch. The fire around Wang Lin increased, and even the 9-colored Rosefinch let out a heaven-shaking roar. The fire in the entire Earth realm became even more intense. The blood rain continued to fall. As Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, the fire continued to burn like crazy. The 9-colored Rosefinch let out a sharp cry as the blood rain fused with it. The 9 colored feathers on its body began to burn. Still not enough. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He could feel that the fire that would allow his rose finch to awaken for the 4th time hadn't reached the point of awakening. Just at this moment, in the Earth realm, the eyes of the middle-aged man on the bald mountain revealed a strange light. He looked into the distance, and his hands formed a seal. The fire mark between his eyebrows flashed and floated before him. The fire became ethereal, as if it didn't exist. The middle-aged man let out a sigh and muttered, "This person has an aura I'm familiar with. It's the aura of my disciple, Lu Yun. When I left, that child suffered." The middle-aged man's expression was bleak. His right hand reached toward the ethereal fire, and he threw it. A monstrous ethereal fire immediately appeared in the Earth realm. This ethereal fire had no temperature, but it was enough to burn everything. The moment it appeared, it broke through the world and closed in on Wang Lin. In an instant, this monstrous ethereal fire appeared around Wang Lin and quickly entered the struggling 9-colored rose finch. This middle-aged man was the teacher of the 5th-generation rose finch, Lu Yun, the 4th generation. He had already experienced the 4th awakening of rose finch and stepped into the realm of ethereal fire. At this moment, he waved his hand with the help of ethereal fire. When ethereal fire entered Wang Lin's 9-colored rose finch, the rose finch let out a high-pitched cry. The fire around Wang Lin's body increased several-fold. With the help of the increased flames, Wang Lin let out a roar as he sat on the fire lotus. The flames around his body became crazy, and the 9-colored firestorm surrounded Wang Lin and the rose finch. It was as if the 9 colors were going to fuse into one. It spun faster and faster and more violently. As the rumbling continued, the 9-colored firestorm turned into a chaotic mess, and the 9 colors became blurry. In an instant, the crimson color among the 9 colors suddenly collapsed and vanished into thin air. Then the orange color trembled and dissipated. These 2 colors of flames seemed to fuse together, causing the firestorm to become even more intense. The entire earthen realm was engulfed in a sea of flames, burning fiercely. At this moment, on the great Emperor planet, the fire dragon stared at old Rosefinch. All of the flame dragon blood in the bump on its head had been released, and not a single drop could be squeezed out. Old Rosefinch's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Damn it, what are you looking at? Since there's no more flame dragon blood, just give me normal dragon blood. Your body is so big, it's fine to let out some blood." Just as the flame dragon was about to let out a roar of resistance, the old vermilion bird was a step faster. He waved his hand, and an invisible force sealed the dragon's mouth, causing it to be unable to let out a single roar. It was forced back into its body. Borrowing the power of the suppressed roar, old Rosefinch's right hand swept across the fire dragon's body. A wound 1,000 feet wide appeared, and blood poured out like a waterfall. You've already released all of the flame dragon blood. If you give up now, it will be for nothing. If that brat can't awaken, I naturally can't keep my promise. The grievance in the fire dragon's eyes became even stronger, but after hearing old Rosefinch's words, it closed its eyes and crazily squeezed out its own blood as it roared in its heart. This group of Rosefinches are all perverted people. Back then, it was that generation's Rosefinch who tricked me out of the flame domain and continuously drained my blood. When will this day come to an end? Since this second-generation Rosefinch has promised, this old dragon has to give it a try no matter what. Large amounts of dragon blood enter the earth incense, causing a rain of blood to fall from the earth realm. The sea of flames became even more intense. Although this dragon blood couldn't compare to the flame dragon blood, there was more of it. As a result, the fire Wang Lin needed for his fourth awakening became even stronger. The firestorm around his body rumbled, but after the red and orange colors dissipated, the yellow flames also dissipated. Soon after, the strange green, ghostly flames also dissipated. On the great Emperor planet, old Rosefinch's eyes shined brightly. His left hand formed a seal and pointed to between his eyebrows. He casually pointed at the earth incense, and ethereal fire appeared in his body and shot toward the earth incense. Little fellow, the old man is risking everything to help you. Whether or not you can awaken for the fourth time will depend on your luck. After the rain of blood, old Rosefinch's ethereal fire rushed out like crazy and entered Wang Lin's Rosefinch. This force caused the green, blue, and purple flames in the firestorm around Wang Lin to collapse and disappear without a trace. At this moment, the 7 colors of the firestorm had merged, leaving only the black and white colors struggling. Inside the firestorm, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He waved his hand and whispered, "The fire has reached its limit and there is nothing else to burn. Since this is the case, I don't need any more help. I'll fuse the black and white colors by force. Thou spell fuse." As Wang Lin roared, the black and white firestorm around him trembled. A strange power came from Wang Lin's body. This power could fuse with anything in the world, and the moment it appeared, the white in the black and white firestorm dissipated. Only black remained in the firestorm. The black firestorm was still rotating, but its color became fainter and fainter. A moment later, Wang Lin let out a roar and the black firestorm collapsed. The 9 colors returned to one. The moment they returned to one, Wang Lin's Rosefinch rushed out from the firestorm. There was a faint ethereal fire around Rosefinch's body. The moment it rushed out, it let out a heaven-shaking roar. Rosefinch's 4th awakening complete. 4th awakening, turn my corporeal fire into ethereal fire. Wang Lin suddenly got up, and a 9-colored fire lotus under his feet shattered into countless fragments that flew toward Rosefinch. Chapter 14:13. The moment Rosefinch awakened for the 4th time, the inner realm fire gathered from all directions. In an instant, it swept across the world and entered Rosefinch's body. The fragments of the 9-colored fire lotus formed a 9-colored suit of armor around the vermilion bird's body, and the sea of fire closed in on it. The sea of fire closed in, and in an instant, all of it was absorbed into Rosefinch's body. From a distance, this was no longer Rosefinch. He was clearly an eternal fire spirit. The fire inside and outside his body had reached the peak of corporeal fire. One more step, and he would enter the realm of ethereal fire. Rosefinch's fire spirit seemed to distort, and the fire inside rumbled. It was undergoing its final transformation. This process could be long or short, and it couldn't be disturbed at all. Once disturbed, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would dissipate, and Rosefinch's 4th awakening would return. There would be no chance of him awakening for the 4th time in his life. This moment was extremely critical for Wang Lin. However, just at this moment, a shocking change that Wang Lin couldn't have predicted occurred. That was the great Emperor planet in the outer realm. The tens of thousands of cultivators on the arena stared intently. Very few people noticed that the fog formed by the magnetic force around the great Emperor planet was rapidly churning. Muffled rumbles came from within the fog. The great Emperor star was shaped like a bar, and its rotation speed should have been very difficult to detect. However, at this moment, the entire great Emperor's star trembled, and the sky changed colors. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the arena immediately felt a tremor that felt like the sky was being torn apart. The great Emperor planet was slowly rotating. From an almost imperceptible rotation, it became faster and faster. In just a moment, the great Emperor planet began to rotate like crazy, like the needle on a compass. This change caused the expressions of the surrounding cultivators to change greatly. Master Simo's eyes were filled with terror, and he suddenly raised his head. Grandmaster Yin Luo's right hand formed a seal, and with a bang, her right hand became a bloody mess. She retreated, her face turned pale, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Grandmaster Yin Luo's body trembled as she retreated. Her eyes were filled with fear as she muttered to herself. The fallen Emperor planet is changing greatly. The calamity of the ancient star system is about to begin. Her calculations had reached a point where she was about to calculate everything. However, at this moment, an unknown force descended and caused her right hand to explode. However, the moment her calculations were interrupted and her right hand was crippled, she saw an illusory image in her mind. In the picture, there was a blurry figure with a bead around him. There was also a compass pointer around the bead. Behind him was the ancient star system, filled with monstrous bloodlight and endless corpses. The entire ancient star system was dyed blood red. She saw Tao Master Miao Yin's body collapse and Origin Soul die. She also saw the third step cultivators of the ancient star system die miserably. She even saw the realm ceiling formation collapse. She also saw herself being slapped by the blurry figure. Intense pain instantly filled her body, and her body turned to ash. Her origin spirit was destroyed, and at the instant her origin spirit was destroyed, she let out a shrill scream in the image. As she screamed in pain, the blurry figure turned around and seemed to look at her. That one glance became her nightmare. Grandmaster Yin Luo coughed out another mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of feet. Her face was filled with unprecedented fear. Tao Master Miao Yin leaped into the air. The clouds under his feet dissipated and turned into a fan in his hand. He scanned the area with his divine sense, and his expression immediately changed. Not only him, but Tao Master Blue Dream's eyes also narrowed. He waved his right hand and blue light surrounded his daughter. His gaze was like lightning as he looked up at the chaotic sky. At this moment, the sky was replaced by layers of fog. The fog was filled with magnetic force, and there were also endless flashes of ripping light. The magnetic field around the great Emperor planet was being torn apart, and as the planet suddenly rotated, it was being pulled back. Old Rosefinch's expression was extremely serious as he silently looked up. Even the old man in bee skin who sat cross-legged on the lizard with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, and his eyes were filled with shock. If they were like this, then there was no need to talk about the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators. They all scattered and fear filled their hearts. At this moment, they felt as if the world was shaking. They could clearly feel that the great Emperor Star was rapidly rotating, and they were on the great Emperor Star as well. There was also the giant tortoise on the arena. It raised its head and let out a sharp hiss. More fog formed by the tearing of the magnetic field appeared in the sky. Under everyone's gaze, it spun into a vortex and descended, heading straight for the giant tortoise in the arena. The surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators scattered in an uproar. They all revealed expressions of fear. Only old Rosefinch and company didn't move at all. They stared at the rapidly approaching magnetic vortex. The magnetic vortex didn't attack the giant tortoise, but the second incense stick on its back, the earth incense stick. In the blink of an eye, the vortex was sucked into the incense stick with incredible speed. From afar, this scene was extremely shocking. It was as if the earth incense stick had become a black hole that devoured all the magnetic fog in the sky. Old Rosefinch's eyes were filled with shock, and he subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. Master Simo's eyes were filled with terror. He didn't know what had happened inside the earth incense stick. As for the pale-faced Grandmaster Yunluo, when she saw the magnetic fog enter the earth incense stick, the fear in her eyes became even stronger. Could it be? Could that illusory figure be him? There was also Tao Master Miaoyin. He stared at the earth incense stick in shock and roared in his heart. The heaven-defying bead. This is definitely the power of the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead. Inside the earth incense stick, Wang Lin was at the critical moment of turning the corporeal fire into the ethereal realm. However, at this moment, the heaven-defying bead suddenly released a burst of origin energy from his body. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he felt the earth incense realm tremble as if it was rapidly rotating. However, It was difficult for him to determine what was going on. At this instant, the sky above the earth incense realm was replaced by fog. This fog was filled with powerful magnetic force, and it shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin couldn't dodge before the endless magnetic fog closed in and entered his body. It entered the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead appeared in Wang Lin's chest. It looked like a cyclone that continued to devour the magnetic force. It flashed rapidly, and every time it flashed, more of the magnetic fog would be sucked in. All of this happened in a flash. In an instant, Wang Lin felt a rumble inside his body. As the heaven-defying bead absorbed the magnetic force, it released a force into his soul. Images began to flash inside his soul. All of these images were the same thing. It was a giant compass. This compass was as big as the sky itself. There was a huge pointer on the compass. The pointer was slowly spinning, and there was a ghostly light flickering on it. The ghostly light flowed and flickered as the pointer spun. It flickered and disappeared as the pointer spun. There was also a giant bead at the center of the compass. This bead was the heaven-defying bead. As these images appeared in Wang Lin's soul, in the fallen land, outside the great emperor planet, a shocking scene appeared. Outside the great emperor star, endless light flickered in the vast starry sky. Gradually, a huge circle appeared, forming a compass. This illusory object appeared with the great emperor star in the center, looking like a pointer. At this moment, the great emperor planet was rapidly rotating like the pointer of a compass. At the center of the compass, there was a blurry bead. The bead was cloudy, and the figure of a person could be vaguely seen inside. This person was Wang Lin. After the great emperor planet rotated rapidly, it suddenly trembled and stopped rotating. The pointer was pointing toward the southwest. The moment it stopped rotating, a ghostly light came from the great emperor planet and flew toward the southwest. It was unknown what this ghostly light was, but left the fallen land at an indescribable speed. Everything that blocked its path, whether it was cultivators or cultivation planets, silently disintegrated when they touched this ghostly light. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly light arrived at the end of the southwest. That was where the realm ceiling formation was located. There were cultivators guarding the realm ceiling formation. At this moment, they only felt their vision blur. It was as if there was a flash of ghostly light. The hundreds of cultivators all trembled and disintegrated. The ghostly light collided with the realm ceiling formation, and the realm ceiling formation seemed to boil. All the treasure spirits inside appeared, and the ghostly light dissipated. It was unknown if the ghostly light had fused with the formation or if it had broken the formation and left. The illusory compass around the great emperor planet also slowly dissipated. The great emperor planet no longer rotated, as if it had returned to normal. In the Earth trial, after the heaven-defying bead inside, Wang Lin absorbed the last of the magnetic fog. A powerful magnetic force spread out. It was as if it was spitting out everything it had devoured. Wang Lin's body was like a sieve, and a large amount of magnetic fog erupted from his body. Rose Finch, who was going from corporeal fire to ethereal fire, was the first to be hit by the magnetic fog. The moment the magnetic fog swept by, Rose Finch's body trembled. All of his corporeal fire collapsed and turned into ethereal fire. However, due to being swept by the magnetic force, an extremely strange change occurred within the ethereal fire. This change was something that even the first-generation Rosefinch ancestor would be shocked by. Chapter 14:14. Ethereal fire was invisible and could burn all emotions. However, this fire could only be released to injure enemies. It couldn't increase the cultivation of the Rosefinch family members. Ethereal fire was the Rosefinch family's world-destroying fire. It could kill people, but it couldn't be extracted from a cultivator's body. Because it was invisible, it was eternal. When the corporeal fire was converted, the amount of ethereal fire formed would only be this much until the cultivator died. However, Right now, the moment Wang Lin's ethereal fire was born, it was swept away by the magnetic fog. A strange change occurred that not even the first-generation ancestor could understand. The moment this ethereal fire was born, it absorbed a trace of the magnetic force from the magnetic fog. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. The magnetic force, condensed by the external force, could dissipate at any moment. However, the magnetic force inside Wang Lin's ethereal fire was released by the heaven-defying bead, and its magnetic force was eternal. As a result, although the power of the ethereal fire didn't change, its existence made Wang Lin the first person in history to be able to absorb ethereal fire. Wang Lin's ethereal fire wasn't much when it was born, but if he continued to absorb it, the power of his ethereal fire would be shocking. The magnetic fog spread like crazy from Wang Lin's body and filled the entire Earth realm in the blink of an eye. A moment later, it broke through the Earth realm and came out from the Earth incense stick on the Great Emperor planet. The endless magnetic fog rushed out and filled the sky above the Great Emperor planet. As it spread out, it returned to the Great Emperor planet and became the magnetic tear that surrounded it. At a glance, it didn't look any different than before, but if one looked closely, they would find that there was something different. Before it entered the heaven-defying bead, the magnetic tear was like a dead object and was filled with violence. However, now it seemed to have become a whole and was filled with life. The tens of thousands of cultivators on the Great Emperor planet stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. After the Earth incense stick released all of the magnetic fog, a crackling sound came from the half-burned incense stick. This sound was ear-piercing and clearly entered the ears of all the cultivators. Fine cracks appeared on the incense stick. More and more cracks appeared, and in just a moment, the entire incense stick was covered in cracks. With a boom, the earth incense stick broke in the middle. The burning part fell to the ground, piercing through the giant tortoise and landing on the arena with a bang. There was silence all around. On the back of the giant tortoise, the incense stick went out. The earth incense was broken. The only thing that remained towering was the last one, the heaven incense. Grandmaster Yin Luo's face grew even paler. That broken earth incense seemed to have severed her mind, causing the fear in her eyes to grow even stronger. It shouldn't be him. It can't be him. Master Simo's mouth was dry. After witnessing Wang Lin's trial, everything that had happened was beyond his imagination. Even now, he was still in a trance. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread toward Wang Lin, whose soul still hadn't left his body. This was an impossible situation. As a third-step cultivator, he actually felt dread toward a second-step cultivator. However, it had happened to Master Simo. Dao Master Miao Ian stared at the broken earth incense stick and narrowed his eyes. He waved his right hand and took out a peach. He took a big bite, and there was a flash of greed in his eyes. Heaven-defying bead. Heaven-defying bead. Dao Master Miao Ian, I'm going to take it. Dao Master Blue Dream had a complicated expression as he withdrew his gaze and silently pondered. Beside him, Li Qianmei lowered her head, so her expression couldn't be seen. Old Rosefinch's right hand scratched his head, and he revealed a bitter smile. What the hell did this little fellow do? The change on the Great Emperor planet was clearly related to him. How many secrets does this kid have? Now, the first incense stick has been extinguished, and the second incense stick has been broken. How can the trial continue? How can the results be calculated? After a brief moment of silence, the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators went into an uproar. The second incense stick has been broken. What cultivation level is the third young emperor at? How can he do this? The first incense stick being extinguished is already shocking, but compared to this incense stick breaking, it is nothing. I fear this is not related to the third young emperor. This incense stick breaking must have been caused by the magnetic fog from the Great Emperor planet. However, why did the magnetic fog suddenly go into the incense stick? There were all kinds of thoughts, but all of their gazes fell on Wang Lin, who still had his eyes closed under the first incense stick. They were waiting for him to awaken. Will this person awaken, or will he just light the next incense stick like before? Inside the Earth realm, after all the magnetic fog came out from Wang Lin's body, the heaven-defying bead in his chest gradually disappeared. The entire Earth realm became silent. Only the ethereal fire on Rose Finch's body silently burned. After a long time, Wang Lin looked at Rose Finch and inhaled. Suddenly, Rose Finch let out a hiss and flew toward Wang Lin and entered his left eye. At this moment, a dense ethereal fire was released from Wang Lin's body. This ethereal fire was invisible and colorless. It surrounded Wang Lin and gave off a destructive power. After letting out a deep breath of foul air, Wang Lin raised his head and looked into the distance. After pondering a bit, he didn't choose to leave, but took a step forward. He crossed millions of kilometers and appeared at the end of the Earth Trial, at the bald mountain that hadn't been burned by the sea of fire. The fourth-generation Rose Finch sat silently on the mountain. He was very clear about what had happened to Wang Lin, and he was shocked. However, he was not an ordinary person, so he quickly suppressed his shock and silently looked into the distance. Before him, the world twisted and Wang Lin walked out. He arrived a few dozen feet away from the fourth-generation Rose Finch and also silently stood there. The fourth-generation Rose Finch looked back at Wang Lin and softly said, "After Rose Finch's fourth awakening, the ethereal fire still needs to be nurtured. You must remember this." Wang Lin revealed a complicated expression as he looked at the middle-aged man before him. He clasped his hands and said, "Senior, are you the fourth-generation Rose Finch?" "I am." The middle-aged man nodded. Wang Lin didn't say anything. After a long time, he softly said, "The fifth-generation Rose Finch was very kind to this junior." Before he died, he couldn't forget that he had been by the fourth-generation Rose Finch's side as his alchemy boy. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with sadness as he silently nodded. His voice was filled with melancholy as he softly said, "I understand." Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved it in front of him. A crack to his storage space appeared, and a stone statue slowly flew out. This stone statue was the remains of the old Saint Emperor Rose Finch. The old Saint Emperor worked his heart out for the Rose Finch holy sect. In my opinion, there is no one more worthy of being called Rose Finch than him. Wang Lin looked at the old Saint Emperor's corpse, and scenes of the past flashed through his mind. When the old Saint Emperor was worried about the Rose Finch holy sect, you weren't there, and the second-generation Rose Finch wasn't there either. In the Four Divine sect, the White Tiger Saint Emperor died in battle. The Black Tortoise Saint Emperor betrayed us, and the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor was trapped. In those tens of thousands of years, only the old Saint Emperor Rose Finch maintained the Four Divine sect. Even in his death, he didn't forget the matters of the Rose Finch holy sect. He didn't forget his master. Today, Junior was able to see Senior, so I placed his corpse here. I think that if the old Saint Emperor had a soul, he would also choose to stay here and accompany his master who abandoned him and never returned. Perhaps this is his home. Wang Lin took a few steps back and knelt before the old Saint Emperor's corpse. He kowtowed 3 times and said in a low voice, "Old Saint Emperor, Disciple brought you back from the Rose Finch holy sect. Today, Disciple will send you back to the fourth-generation Rose Finch holy sect. I can't repay the kindness of the past, but my promise will continue." After getting up, Wang Lin looked at the fourth-generation Saint Emperor with a complicated expression. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for Senior's help just now. Junior will take his leave." Wang Lin sighed inwardly, then turned and walked towards the sky. He could accept the second-generation Rose Finch, but he couldn't accept the fourth-generation Rose Finch. If the fourth-generation Rose Finch hadn't left back then, the old Saint Emperor would have been present during the 4 awakenings. If the fourth-generation Rose Finch hadn't left back then, the old Saint Emperor wouldn't have died. The fourth-generation Rose Finch looked at the corpse of his disciple, and his body trembled. His eyes were filled with sorrow as he slowly got up and arrived next to the corpse. He raised his trembling right hand and rubbed his disciple's face. "Lu Yun, teacher, I'm sorry. Tears flowed down from the eyes of the fourth-generation rosefinch. Teacher knows everything about the Four Divine sect. It's just that I can't go back. When I came to the ancient star system, something happened and a mysterious person placed a seal on me. The fourth-generation rosefinch muttered. He suddenly seemed to age and looked at his disciple's corpse with sorrow in his eyes. Over the years, I've tried to break the seal on my body several times, but I've never succeeded. Even the first-generation ancestor couldn't break the seal. I can only stay in the Earth realm and can't take half a step out. Once I leave, the seal will erupt and cause me to lose my mind and become crazy. Luyin, it's not that teacher doesn't want to go back. It's that I can't go back. The tears of the fourth-generation rosefinch fell on the body of his disciple. They contained endless sadness and painful memories, but most of all, a sense of guilt and regret. This seal is not only on me, the second-generation rosefinch also has it. Under his suppression, he doesn't need to stay in the Earth realm, but he can't leave the fallen land. Fallen land. Fallen land. This is the fallen land of my rosefinch family. Either die from madness or escape. The fourth-generation rosefinch muttered bitterly, as if he was explaining to his disciple. Wang Lin's figure flew into the sky and disappeared without a trace. The moment his figure disappeared on the great emperor planet, under the first mortal incense stick, his closed eyes suddenly opened. Today's state wasn't good, and I wasn't satisfied with what I wrote. Please forgive me. I'll continue to write. Chapter 14:15. The moment he opened his eyes, the nine-colored fire in Wang Lin's left eye rapidly rotated. This made him look extremely strange. At the instant he opened his eyes, an illusory fire erupted from his body. This illusory fire shook the heavens and earth, and it shot out in all directions with a loud bang. Wang Lin's hair moved without any wind, and his clothes fluttered. He slowly withdrew his hand from the first incense stick and looked around. Grandmaster Yin Luo had been staring at Wang Lin the entire time. The moment he opened his eyes, she clearly saw Wang Lin's left eye. At this moment, Yin Luo's eyes suddenly widened and her pupils shrank. Monstrous fear filled her heart. Her body trembled and she continued to retreat. It was as if thousands of bolts of thunder had flashed across her mind. She seemed to have lost all her strength, and her face was as pale as a dead person's. That gaze that Grandmaster Yin Luo could never forget the moment she died. That blurry figure turned around and looked at her with that gaze. That blurry person's left eye had the nine-colored light rotating. Master Simo stared at Wang Lin and remained silent. Dao Master Miao Yin also looked at Wang Lin. There was a flash of strange light in his eyes, and an undetectable sneer appeared on his face. Old Rosefinch laughed, and his eyes were filled with relief. However, he was even more shocked by what had happened. Aside from the matter of the 5 essences, Wang Lin had given him another surprise. Reincarnation karma turning into 9 colors and igniting the 4th awakening. Corporeal fire entering the ethereal realm. Good. Old Rosefinch laughed. The old man sitting on the lizard looked at Wang Lin with a different gaze. He had battled Old Rosefinch many times and knew how powerful ethereal fire was. Now that he saw Wang Lin enter the ethereal fire realm, he couldn't help but pay attention. Behind Dao Master Blue Dream, the woman silently looked at Wang Lin. Her expression was seen by Dao Master Blue Dream, and he let out a sigh. If I hadn't erased Yuer's memory back then, and had kept Wang Lin to help him cultivate, instead of just teaching him 3 spells, Dao Master Blue Dream silently pondered. For the first time, he felt regret for what had happened back then. Wang Lin's gaze swept past everyone, and he took a deep breath. He could see traces of emotions in everyone. If he wanted to, he could turn those emotions into ethereal fire. When Wang Lin's gaze landed on Grandmaster Yin Luo, the woman immediately lowered her head and slowly retreated. However, Wang Lin could see that the emotions in her body were countless times stronger than those of others. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin clasped his hands at old Rosefinch and respectfully said, "Junior was fortunate enough to not disappoint you and have awakened." The smile on old Rosefinch's face became even wider. He waved his right hand and threw the fire dragon into the distance. He laughed and said, "Little dragon, you are free." The fire dragon was on the verge of death, and most of the blood in its body had been released. However, when it heard this, its eyes lit up. It let out a roar and struggled to fly away before disappearing into the horizon. The trial is not over. There is someone waiting for you inside the last heaven incense stick. Go! Old Rosefinch looked meaningfully at Wang Lin. The human incense stick is extinguished and the earth incense stick is broken, but this heaven incense stick will never be extinguished or broken. This incense stick is guarded by the first-generation ancestor, the Great Emperor. It tests your potential. The longer you can maintain it, the greater your potential. The old man was able to last 12 breaths of time, and the fourth-generation ancestor was able to last 14 breaths of time. I want to know how many breaths of time you can last. If you can give me another pleasant surprise, the old man will give you the restriction method for that stupid dragon's body. With that restriction, you can easily find the dragon after it escapes from the fallen land. With this dragon protecting you, the old man can be at ease when you leave this place. Old Rosefinch's words entered Wang Lin's ears. No one else could hear him. Wang Lin nodded, and his gaze fell on the sky in the distance. The fire dragon had already rushed out of the great Emperor Star with an excited expression. "Free, I'm finally free." Roar. This old dragon is finally free from the clutches of the devil. How many years? How many years? As the fire dragon roared, large amounts of water vapor filled its eyes, and it was filled with excitement. At this moment, it didn't know that after it was tricked by the first-generation Rosefinch, it was given away by the second-generation Rosefinch. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin didn't look at anyone else but arrived under the last heaven incense stick. After pondering a bit, he took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and placed it under the incense stick. The first-generation Rosefinch ancestor, the ancestor of my Rosefinch clan, one of the 4 generals of the ancient celestial sovereign. I fear such a person knows too many secrets. If the Rosefinch clan is in the ancient star system, then why does the Fire Sparrow clan exist? If the Rosefinch clan can survive until now, then the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger clans must also exist. Where are they? Is the ancient celestial sovereign the same person as the ancient celestial emperor mentioned by the Lord of the Sealed Realm? If not, then what is the relationship between the two? Wang Lin silently pondered and closed his eyes. The heaven region was completely different from the other two. This was a world filled with white clouds. Aside from clouds, there was only one thing in the heaven region. It was a giant statue. This statue was extremely large, and from a distance, it seemed to occupy a small portion of the world. It was an old man that looked like Rosefinch. His nose was like a beak, and there was Rosefinch's wings on his back. His eyes were closed, and there was a 9-colored flame burning between his eyebrows. The statue's right hand stretched out, and Wang Lin's figure appeared in a flash of light. In the ancient star system, in a quiet area, ripples echoed. These ripples were like waves that slowly spread into the distance. Not long ago, a ray of ghostly light came from the void and flashed by. Before the ghostly light arrived, there was an abandoned planet here. There was no life on this planet and no spiritual energy. It was an abandoned planet. Even if cultivators closed in, they wouldn't even look at it. However, the location of the desolate planet just so happened to be in the path of the ghostly light. At the instant the ghostly light passed through, the desolate planet silently disintegrated into ashes. Only ripples remained that slowly spread in all directions. However, at this moment, a 100-foot crack appeared on the disintegrating desolate star. Waves of death aura spread out from the crack, causing the crack to grow larger and larger. Through the rift, one could vaguely see that there was another world inside, and it was filled with countless floating rocks. There was a giant head on each rock. It was either an ancient god, ancient devil, or ancient demon. When the rift was 1,000 feet wide, it stopped spreading and floated there motionlessly like a mouth waiting for food to arrive. Its appearance would set off a storm in the ancient star system that would shock countless cultivators. The Ancient Order tomb opens. Chapter 14:16. Inside the heaven region, Wang Lin looked at the giant statue that occupied the world before him with bright eyes. This statue looked too strange. Wang Lin had never seen someone like this before. No matter how he looked at it, this person didn't look like a cultivator, but more like Rosefinch. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin clasped his hands at the statue and said, "Junior's sixth-generation Rosefinch greets ancestor." The moment his words echoed, the nine-colored fire between the eyebrows of the statue burned violently. The nine-colored fire spread out, and the statue's closed eyes shined brightly. To be able to awaken 4 times with a small amount of bloodline, you're not bad. A buzzing voice echoed across the world. Junior. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he was about to speak. If you have any questions, ask them during the trial. This sparrow was injured and didn't have much time to awaken. Every 5 breaths of time you last during the trial, I'll allow you to ask a question. The buzzing voice had no emotion and interrupted Wang Lin's words. The moment its voice echoed, a fire appeared on the palm Wang Lin was standing on. The fire rapidly changed between illusory and corporeal. Every 9 times it changed, the power of the fire would increase greatly. This fire is not an ethereal fire, but the fire of this sparrow's mind. During this sparrow's era, this fire was also known as Rosefinch's limitless flame. While Wang Lin was undergoing the trial, an ancient aura came out from the 1,000-foot crack in the ancient star system. This aura entered the ancient star system and continued to spread, sucking in all the dust that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. More and more dust gathered, eventually forming a storm. With the crack as the center, the storm swept out in all directions. From afar, it looked like a rotating nebula. The storm became larger and larger, and in the blink of an eye, it spread out and shook the entire planet. There was also an extremely terrifying force spreading within the storm, destroying all life. Under the suction force of the vortex, even many abandoned planets in the surroundings had their trajectories changed by this suction force. They were pulled into the vortex and quickly shattered, becoming part of the vortex. In the northern part of the ancient star system, there were 19 cultivation planets arranged in a row. At the center was the 10th planet. From a distance, it looked like Mercury. In the depths of the sea, a cultivator was sitting cross-legged under the endless seawater. This person looked old and had a head of white hair that floated in the water. Every time he cultivated, the ocean on the planet would roar and the sound of waves crashing would spread in all directions. At the instant the ancient tomb was torn open and the whirlpool was formed, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. Something is wrong. The old man's eyes lit up. After pondering a bit, he revealed a hint of hesitation. I can't do anything to the heaven-defying bead on the great Emperor planet, so I'll think about it later. Avatar, quickly return to where the vortex appeared and see what is going on. This old man was one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, Dao Master Miao Yin's original body. The youth on the great Emperor planet was only one of his 3 avatars. At the same time, outside the fallen land, a giant oval-shaped beast the size of a cultivation planet slowly closed in. The old man with the yin and yang face originally had his eyes closed, but he suddenly opened them. He looked into the distance with a strange light in his eyes. This is... Before he finished muttering to himself, the giant moon-gazer serpent below him suddenly paused and looked into the distance. Its body trembled and its fierce eyes were filled with fear and excitement. It opened its mouth and let out a shocking roar. The old man, with the yin and yang face, hesitated a bit before controlling Wang Yu to charge toward the ancient order tomb. On the great Emperor planet, tens of thousands of cultivators were looking at the heaven incense. At this moment, the expression of the youth changed. Without hesitation, he clasped his hands at old Rosefinch and company and smiled. "Fellow cultivators, I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't continue watching. Goodbye." With that, he turned around and stepped into the void. His figure turned into a speck of light and disappeared. This sudden change shocked everyone. The expressions of all the third-step cultivators, including old Rosefinch, changed. Dow Master Blue Dream's eyes narrowed, and he looked into the distance. After pondering a bit, he also clasped his hands at old Rosefinch and said, "This matter is very strange. The old man also wants to go take a look." After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Qianmei and let out a sigh. He waved his sleeves, and a blue light surrounded the father and daughter before they disappeared. There was also a mysterious light in the eyes of the old man sitting on top of the lizard. His mouth that had been sealed by the needle moved a bit, and he clasped his hands at the old vermilion bird. He didn't speak, and his right hand hit the lizard below him. The lizard let out a roar and flew into the sky with a gust of wind. Grandmaster Yin Luo and Master Simo looked at each other. Grandmaster Yin Luo was about to speak, but just at this moment, billowing smoke came from the heaven incense. The heaven incense is burning. He lit the last incense so quickly. I wonder how long the third young emperor can last, and if he can surpass the second young emperor. The surrounding cultivators' gazes immediately gathered on the heaven incense. Even Grandmaster Yin Luo, who was about to leave, looked over. The heaven incense burned, and the smoke was monstrous. Waves of heat rushed out like a torch and rapidly burned down. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In the heaven region, Wang Lin was sitting inside the palm of the giant statue. A 9-colored flame was burning inside the palm. From afar, it looked like the palm was holding a fireball. The moment the flame appeared, it contained a terrifying destructive force. 3 breaths of time passed in a flash, but the heat it gave off made Wang Lin feel an indescribable heat. He even felt like he was inside a pill furnace and was being refined by someone. This feeling became stronger and stronger, and the intensity of the flame continued to increase. In almost every breath, the flames would change 9 times. As a result, with every breath that passed, the power of the flames would increase exponentially. 3 breaths, just 3 breaths had made Wang Lin's body almost collapse. How was this a trial? This was clearly refining one's soul. Wang Lin could clearly feel that if it wasn't for the fact that Rosefinch had just awakened for the 4th time and his body had given birth to an ethereal fire, his soul would have been completely burned after these 3 breaths. Outside the great Emperor planet, his soulless body began to tremble. Bean-sized beads of sweat appeared all over his body, but the moment the beads appeared, they turned into mist and rose into the air. His body seemed to have become a piece of hot iron that was about to burn his body. In the heaven region, Wang Lin's face was pale, and he no longer looked respectful. Instead, he revealed a ferocious expression. He let out a roar, and his hands formed a seal before he waved them out. The 9-colored flame appeared in his left eye and surged out like crazy, surrounding his body. He was using fire to fight fire. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside the giant palm. 4 breaths, 5 breaths. On the great Emperor planet, tens of thousands of cultivators stared at Wang Lin's body. His body was covered in a mist of sweat, and after 5 breaths, the mist collapsed. The burning of the heaven incense paused for a moment after nearly half of the incense was destroyed. In the heaven region, after Wang Lin endured 5 breaths, he roared, "If the Rosefinch clan is in the ancient star system, then why does the Fire Sparrow clan exist? The 3rd generation traitor was created by the enemy. He stole my treasure and fled, creating the Fire Sparrow clan. This Fire Sparrow clan has been sealed, so I can't clean up the clan. The existence of the Fire Sparrow clan is also beneficial to this Fire Sparrow clan." The answer from the buzzing voice was very simple, and after it finished speaking, it became silent once more. However, the fire around Wang Lin increased once more. The fire from the first-generation ancestor turned into a storm that rumbled across the sky. Wang Lin was hit by this storm, and his nine-colored flame collapsed. Intense pain came from his soul, and he coughed out a mouthful of soul essence. His face instantly turned pale. His soul was already like this, so when it returned to his body outside the great emperor planet trembled violently. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but before it could fall, it was burned and turned into mist and ashes. Seeing this, the old rosefinch's eyes became serious, and his expression became extremely gloomy. Did the first-generation ancestor lose his mind to use the limitless flame as a trial? The heaven incense trial is supposed to give great fortune. What is the meaning of his actions? Master Simo's eyes lit up, and he was also shocked. He couldn't help but look at Grandmaster Yin Luo. Grandmaster Yin Luo bit her lower lip and narrowed her eyes. She wanted to divinate, but when she thought about Wang Lin's gaze, her heart trembled and she didn't dare to divinate. 6 breaths, 7 breaths, 8 breaths. Under the heaven incense, blood continued to flow out from Wang Lin's mouth, and his skin began to dry up. It was as if even the blood in his body was evaporating due to the fire from his soul. Wang Lin's soul clenched his teeth, and his expression was distorted. The firestorm from the first-generation rosefinch was no longer nine-colored but chaotic. The temperature inside had reached the limit that Wang Lin could bear. Under this intense burning, the pain was like a tide. It was several times more intense than the human and earth trials. This is a trial? Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and stared at the statue of the first-generation rosefinch. His eyes were filled with anger, and the thunder tattoo appeared in his right eye. Thunder rumbled across the world. Endless thunder appeared in the heavenland and charged at Wang Lin's right eye. In an instant, the thunder tattoo appeared in his right eye and circled around his body. As the thunder tattoo intersected, thunder rumbled and lightning moved. This allowed Wang Lin to pass the 9th and 10th breaths. Thank you, Forgotten D. Tears and Xapi, for supporting the Celestial Renegade Immortal and helping you become the Alliance leader. You are one step ahead of Wang Lin and have become a third-step cultivator. Chapter 14:17. At the 10th breath, the lightning tattoo around Wang Lin shined brightly. It contained the flames of Wang Lin's 4th rosefinch awakening. What is the relationship between the ancient celestial sovereign and the ancient celestial emperor? In your world, they are called celestial emperors, but in my era, they are called celestial sovereigns. The first rosefinch slowly spoke without any emotion in his voice. However, the moment he finished speaking, the flames on Wang Lin's palm exploded once more. The firestorm tore apart and formed a giant rosefinch. This rosefinch looked very old, as if he had lived for countless years. His eyes were dark, and after he appeared, he let out a heaven-shaking rosefinch roar. Then he charged at Wang Lin. 11th breath. Madness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. His hands formed seals, and a lightning tattoo around him instantly expanded. The moment the rosefinch charged at him, he stood up and pushed upwards. In an instant, the old rosefinch collided with the lightning tattoo. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world, and a giant shockwave spread in all directions. Wang Lin's body trembled violently. Half of his soul exploded from the shockwave, and a large amount of soul power dissipated. His great emperor star and body shook violently. His body coughed out blood, and he looked like he was about to collapse. His face was ashen, and a large amount of red mist came out from his body. Large amounts of his blood had evaporated. This scene caused the surrounding cultivators to be dumbfounded. The old rosefinch's pupils constricted, and he let out a roar as he stepped forward. He arrived under the Tianfeng incense and pressed his right hand on it. His divine sense shot out and charged into the Tianfeng world. The moment his divine sense entered, His voice roared through the Tianfeng world. Ancestor, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that he's not a member of the Vermilion Bird clan? Could it be that he was created by someone else? Back off. The buzzing voice turned into an invisible force that landed on the old rosefinch's divine sense, forcing it out of the Tianfeng world. I have my own plans. 12 breaths. The lightning tattoo collapsed and turned into countless pieces that returned to Wang Lin's eyes. The old rosefinch's flames paused, and he retreated hundreds of feet. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a crack to his storage space appeared. There was a flash of bloodlight, and a blood sword flew out. Under Wang Lin's ferocious gaze, the blood sword charged into the sky and charged toward the rosefinch. At this moment, right after the blood sword, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he pointed at the sky. He shouted, "In the name of my thunder, form another 10,000 lightning tattoo and open the ancient thunder realm." Sure, Sansat. His voice became louder and louder until it was earth-shattering. The moment he spoke, Wang Lin raised his right hand and tore the void. The heavens and earth rumbled, and the sky suddenly distorted. A huge crack that was thousands of feet long was suddenly torn open. Endless roars came from the crack, and one could vaguely see the huge bodies of several primordial thunder dragons swimming around. Opening the ancient thunder realm was the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder's spell. However, with Wang Lin's soul search and the completion of his thunder essence, he could also use this extremely powerful thunder spell. The thunder dragons roared, and several ancient thunder dragons came out of the crack. However, just at this moment, the voice of the first generation rosefinch echoed. Rosefinch seal. With a cold voice, the vermilion bird in the form of the azure dragon let out a long cry and charged toward the 10,000 feet crack. In an instant, the flames on its body were shocking, and as the flames flickered, it landed on the 10,000 feet crack. From afar, it looked like the vermilion bird had transformed into a giant seal that sealed off the 10,000 feet primeval thunder realm that had been torn open. The ancient thunder dragons inside roared and struggled. They wanted to rush out, but no matter how much they tried, they couldn't break the rosefinch seal. 14 breaths. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he waved his right hand without hesitation. The blood sword in the sky changed direction and charged at the giant statue. In the blink of an eye, the blood sword closed in. However, just at this moment, the statue's eyes suddenly opened. This was a pair of emotionless eyes. The moment they opened, the blood sword was surrounded by an invisible force and stopped before the statue's eyebrows, unable to move forward. This sword is actually in your hands. For the first time, the first-generation rosefinch's voice was filled with shock. Outside the great emperor planet, the old rosefinch's expression was gloomy. His right hand was bounced off, and he retreated a few steps. He looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. He couldn't guess what the ancestor meant or why he would do this. 14 breaths. The third young emperor has also reached 14 breaths. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed. They had been calculating the time, and when they saw that Wang Lin had also reached 14 breaths, they all gasped. 14 breaths. Is this person's limit? Look at his body. It's almost destroyed. I fear all the blood in his body has been vaporized. Master Simo narrowed his eyes. With his cultivation, he could naturally see the gloominess in the old rosefinch's eyes. He sneered in his heart. It looks like there has been another accident. This little bastard's trial has been full of twists and turns. It would be best if he directly dies in the trial. It would save the old man a lot of trouble. The heaven incense burned violently and was rapidly burning out. It was less than 100 feet away from being completely destroyed. As the heat continued, 15 breaths passed. In the heaven trial, the moment the 15th breath passed, the palm he was standing on trembled and moved. The hand formed a fist, and as the thunderous rumbles echoed and flames spread out, it slowly closed in on Wang Lin. He didn't even give Wang Lin a chance to ask a third question before the 5 fingers smashed down. A mysterious force descended, making it so Wang Lin couldn't escape. Seeing the 5 fingers pressing down like a mountain, Wang Lin let out a roar and raised his hands. Popping sounds came from his body as the 5 fingers pressed down on his arms. A feeling like his body was going to disintegrate echoed. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious, and his lower body collapsed under the powerful force. 16 breaths. 17 breaths. 18 breaths. Wang Lin's body continued to collapse, and he couldn't see the sky anymore. The 5 fingers covered everything and replaced the sky. When Wang Lin held on for 19 breaths, his hand suddenly clenched into a fist. However, the moment he clenched his fist, Rosefinch's voice came from his fist. There was also an ethereal flame that came from his fist. It was Wang Lin's soul that had turned into Rosefinch. The statue of the first-generation Rosefinch revealed a strange light as he looked at his fist. His gaze seemed like it could pierce through the fist and see the struggling soul of Rosefinch, Wang Lin. The 9-colored flame between his eyebrows flashed, and an illusory flame was released from it, heading straight for his fist. The illusory flame was formless, but the instant it fused with his fist, his entire palm was immediately engulfed in flames. Your life and death are in my hands. At this time, you still won't tell me the truth? On the planet of the Armor Dragon clan, I saw some clues about you. If I didn't want to know your identity, I would have killed you a long time ago. I arranged for you to be the young emperor to lure you here. I also arranged for the second generation to appear and lure you into the trial. Now that you've finally arrived before me, tell me who you are. Why are you pretending to be a member of my Rosefinch family? The juniors can't see through your secrets, but you have nowhere to hide from me. The moment he spoke, the eyes of the first-generation Rosefinch were filled with monstrous flames. He stared at the struggling Wang Lin and carefully observed every expression on Wang Lin's face. After hearing these words, Wang Lin was startled for a moment before he let out an angry laugh. Since you refuse to come to your senses, I'll grant you death. The strange light in the eyes of the first-generation Rosefinch became even more intense as he stared at Wang Lin. After he spoke, the ethereal flame on his fist rushed toward the center of his fist and rushed into the body of Wang Lin's Rosefinch body. The moment the ethereal flame entered the Rosefinch body of Wang Lin, the first-generation Rosefinch saw a series of illusionary images. In those images, he saw the 5th-generation Rosefinch leave the Rosefinch mark on Wang Lin's forehead. He saw the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd awakening of Wang Lin's Rosefinch awakening. The first-generation Rosefinch didn't just glance at these images once. Instead, he carefully examined them over and over again thousands of times. Finally, he took a deep breath and the strange light in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a trace of kindness that had never appeared before. His fists also slowly loosened. Can you still hold on? His voice was no longer cold and emotionless. Instead, there was a hint of admiration. The Rosefinch that Wang Lin had transformed and stared coldly at the first-generation ancestor without saying a word. Back then, the old man misjudged someone and treated him as a member of our race, which is why he ended up like this. He can't even take half a step out of the sky region. You suddenly appeared. Even though everything fits with the characteristics of a member of our race, the old man must be careful. I hope you can understand everything that happened before. Wang Lin fell silent. The Rosefinch he had transformed into gradually dissipated and returned to his human form. He said, "The 3rd-generation Rosefinch? That's right. Even when I searched his soul, I couldn't find any flaws. No matter how hard the old man tried, I couldn't find any clues. It wasn't until the end that I realized he was created by someone." The first-generation Rosefinch's words were filled with hatred. The first-generation Rosefinch looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Without Joss flames, you have 5 essences in your body. This is extremely rare. Although these 5 essences are still in their embryonic form, it is still very rare. However, you have taken the wrong path. After your Thunder essence formed, the Void Gate should have appeared, but it didn't open. You think you don't have enough power, but that's right and wrong. In your heart, You want to wait until your thunder essence is complete before opening the void gate again. In your heart, you don't even care about the heavens decay. You don't want to go through the heavens decay. You want to reach the heavens with your peak nirvana, shatterer cultivation. If you think this way, then you are wrong. Wang Lin was startled for a moment and didn't speak. The first-generation rosefinch let out a sigh and slowly closed his eyes. His voice echoed across the world. Do you know why people have 5 fingers on each hand? In my era, there was also the heavens decay, but it was called the void-breaking 5 fingers. Cultivation. In truth, whether it is you or me, we only cultivate one hand. The first step is the palm, and the second step is the palm print. The palm print is the law, and everyone's palm print is different, so the law is naturally different. The void-breaking 5 fingers, or the heavens decay, are the fingers on the palm. If you want to cover the sky with one hand, you must have all 5 fingers. If you understand this, then you understand. If you don't, then you won't be able to break the void. Chapter 1418. Wang Lin frowned. The words of the first-generation rosefinch echoed in his mind, causing him to silently ponder. The 5 void-breaking fingers is a process of condensing your void-breaking power. Only by cultivating this power to the peak of the second step can you borrow the power of your essences to break open the void gate. Your cultivation is too complex. Let's first talk about your ancient god body. Ancient god, I didn't expect a descendant of my rosefinch family to become an ancient god. The first-generation rosefinch's eyes lit up as he looked at the blood sword between his eyebrows. The old man doesn't know much about ancient god cultivation, but in the old man's era, ancient gods were powerful enough to shake the world. Back then, although Yemo wasn't a celestial sovereign, his cultivation was enough to make even the celestial sovereigns dread him. Ancient? Wang Lin was startled and looked up at the first-generation rosefinch. I can't tell you this because of the oath I made back then, so don't ask anymore. If you are lucky, perhaps you will be able to find the answer that has been lost in time. The first-generation rosefinch's expression was a bit sad. If you had only cultivated the ancient god body and used your strength to prove your Tao, then it might have been easier for you to break through the void gate. But you also have essences in your body, and they're the most shocking 5 essences in history. As a result, it will be even more difficult to enter the third step. The more essences you have, the more difficult it will be to enter the void realm unless you give up all your essences and become an ancient god. Or you give up your ancient god body and give up 4 essences, leaving only 1, and cultivate it to the peak to enter the void realm. Wang Lin silently pondered. The third step of the nirvana realm requires the completion of the origin source. With the help of the Joss flames and the devouring of the Tao spirit, it is possible to step into the nirvana realm. However, I don't sense any Joss flame aura from you. The path you are walking is a difficult path, completely different from the second and fourth generation. I can't help you with this. However, you have a choice, and you should carefully consider it. Wang Lin looked at Rosefinch and asked calmly, what choice? Give up your ancient god body. Give up your lightning origin that seems to have been completed but is actually flawed. You also have to give up all the other origins apart from your fire origin. Stay in this Tianfeng world. Within 100 years, the old man will help you step into the third step. From now on, you only have one source, and that is Rosefinch's fire. When you reach the third step, the old man will teach you the center flame. Stay here and cultivate with the second and fourth generations. Once the old man breaks this seal, the old man will take the 3 of you and leave this place. Rosefinch said slowly, leave his place? Wang Lin's eyes flickered. He could vaguely feel that there was something fishy about these words. Leave his place. The first Rosefinch's eyes were filled with reminiscence as he said softly, return to the world I came from. Wang Lin was startled and was about to speak. Don't ask. You can't say it. If you say it, you will die. They want to fight and steal. The old man is tired and doesn't want to participate. He just wants to go home. The first rosefinch's voice was filled with exhaustion. I'll give you time to think about it. I hope you carefully consider it. The first rosefinch let out a sigh. Wang Lin's breathing became rough, and he revealed a struggling expression. The first rosefinch's words were a great temptation to him, even greater than what Tao Master Blue Dream had said. After all, Tao Master Blue Dream was not a member of the Rosefinch clan. In Wang Lin's heart, he was more inclined to what the first rosefinch had said. Wang Lin hesitated and whispered, "If I give up my ancient god body and other essences and reach the third step, can I recultivate my essences?" Of course you can. A third step cultivator also cultivates essences. The more essences you have, the deeper your comprehension will be and your cultivation will increase. However, you won't be able to reach perfection and will only be able to reach the third step. However, there is no danger in this matter for you. It is a smooth path, and you don't need to give up your obsession. The old man was struck by the fire of karma back then. He knows how important it is for people like us who can't let go of our obsession. The first rosefinch looked at Wang Lin and seemed to see himself in the past. He let out a sigh. Wang Lin trembled, and his breathing became even more rapid. The choice before him seemed to have completely tilted to him. It was as if there was a voice in his heart that was filled with the exhaustion of 2,000 years of cultivation, the possibility of a peaceful life, and a hint of excitement. It was constantly whispering to him, "Stay here, stay here. I don't need to experience bloodshed. I don't need to worry about life and death. Stay here. 100 years to become a third step cultivator. Even if I give up my essence, even if I give up my ancient god body, I can still recultivate after becoming a third step cultivator. Even if I can't reach perfection as a cultivator, if I can reach the third step, it will be worth it even if I stop moving forward. Stay here. 2,000 years of cultivation. Are you not tired yet? Life and death again and again. Are you not afraid? Stay here. Stay here." Wang Lin's struggle became even more intense, and his breathing became rapid. This short period of time felt like 1,000 years to him. After a long time, Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and looked at the first rosefinch. His voice was a bit hoarse as he whispered, "In the end, when the ancestor leaves, can you only bring the three of us? Can you bring a few more people? Junior still has some friends I can't give up." The first rosefinch was silent. After a moment, his voice echoed through the world. "Bringing the three of you is already the old man's limit. Forget it. If the day comes when I leave, the old man can at most give you one more spot. If you give me more, I'm afraid I won't be able to go back." One spot. In Wang Lin's eyes appeared Li Muan, Situ Nan, Shimizu, Zhou, Li Qianmei. He thought of all the people he had struggled with during his 2,000 years of cultivation. "Now tell me, what is your choice?" The first rosefinch's voice entered Wang Lin's mind. Huge waves surged in Wang Lin's heart. This choice made him struggle, made him hesitate. After a moment, Wang Lin raised his right hand and made a grasping motion. Immediately, a storage space appeared before him, and a coffin slowly floated out. Inside the coffin, Li Muan lay there peacefully, as if she was in a deep sleep. "Can Senior revive her?" Wang Lin raised his head, and his eyes were bloodshot. This struggle and choice was comparable to a fierce battle for him. A long sigh echoed in the heaven trial, and the first rosefinch's voice echoed. "When you open the storage space, the old man saw this coffin. This woman must be your obsession. This coffin should have been refined by someone later on. The old man hasn't seen it before, but he can feel its use. This woman's lifespan came to an end, and her nascent soul was seriously injured. So, she died. You used this coffin to bury her nascent soul and form a new body. However, this woman's soul has already collapsed." Wang Lin's body trembled as he stared at Li Muan inside the coffin. "This coffin is very strange. It can faintly make the soul that has collapsed in the world not dissipate for a short period of time. If you can find the right way to control it, you might be able to find the soul fragments one by one. But even so, Even if you find all the soul fragments, the old man can't resurrect her. Wang Lin's heart was filled with despair, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. He stared at the coffin in a daze, and his heart felt like it was being torn apart. However, just because the old man can't do it doesn't mean others can't. In the old man's hometown, there are 3 people who can fuse with this soul and revive this woman. It's just that all 3 of them are extremely respected figures, so I can't ask them to help me. But don't worry, I'll do my best. The first generation vermilion bird slowly said after a moment of silence. Wang Lin didn't raise his head. He silently withdrew his gaze from the coffin and patted it with his right hand. The coffin flashed, and he put it back into his storage space. The 3 people that Ancestor mentioned are too far away from me. The fact that they can do this must be related to their cultivation. Their cultivation should be unfathomable. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the statue of the first rose finch. Although his eyes were still bloodshot, he didn't struggle. Instead, he was filled with clarity and determination. Junior also wants to live a peaceful life. I'm tired of all the life and death situations in the cultivation world. I'm tired of all the treachery in the human heart. I really want to stay here and quietly grow old. Even if my cultivation stops at the 3rd step, so what? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he continued to speak softly. However, Junior can't do it. Begging others is too ethereal. Life and death are in the hands of others, and there is no choice that belongs to me. Since this is the case, I won't beg others. If they can cultivate to this level, then I, Wang Lin, can do it too. That's fine too. Although these 3 words weren't loud, when they came out of Wang Lin's mouth, it was as if an indescribable power had entered his body. His entire body revealed a shocking aura. These 3 words seemed to echo through the world. Even the eyes of the first rose finch narrowed. I can't give up the body of an ancient god. Aside from fire, I can't give up the other 4 essences. No matter how difficult this path is, I have to continue down it. I can't let my cultivation stop. Wang Lin bowed toward the first rose finch and stepped forward into the sky. Junior appreciates the old ancestor's kindness. Whether it is the 5 heavens fades or the void-piercing fingers, they're all created by cultivators on their own. They are the accumulation and preparation for breaking through the void. Since that is the case, why can't Junior comprehend them on his own and walk down a path that belongs to me? Wang Lin. Senior just said that the 5 heavens fades are like the fingers. Only by completing all 5 fingers can I cover the sky with one hand. Junior doesn't want to go through the 5 heavens fades. The body of an ancient god is Junior's palm, and the 5 essences are Junior's fingers. The 5 heavens fades, the void-piercing fingers, and the 5 essences are different names, but the meaning is the same. When I complete one of my essences, it is equivalent to my cultivation reaching the first heaven's fades. When I complete all 5 essences, I will be a cultivator at the peak of the 5 heavens fades. I will break through the void gate and become Wang's own Tao. The next chapter will be late. Go get in 4 drip. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.